Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome. Let's start off with the pledge, or the invocation first and the pledge, and then we'll get down to business. Help us get started on the right path, sir.
Thank you. Let us pray. Lord, we come before you this morning with an agenda full of items, Lord. But you teach us in Proverbs 19 that many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it's the purpose of the Lord that'll stand. And so, Lord, I pray you'll give them great wisdom and direction, Lord, as they continue to govern and lead this great county, Lord. You say that if many of us lacks wisdom, let him ask of you who gives generously without reproach, and it will be given. So, Lord, give them wisdom, grace, and strength to do what's right, Lord, even in the face of opposition. For it is your purposes that will stand. In the name of Jesus we ask. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start with our business, Jeff Morse has a few words to say. He was the North Collier Fire Battalion Chief and served with Jerry Sanford.
Correct.
And is here to help honor his memory. So,
thank you, Commissioner. I'm here today to honor Jerry Sanford. Jerry Sanford had many years in the fire service. He started many events locally, many committees, many programs, and I was proud to serve with Jerry with North Naples Fire Department for many years. And the attributes that he had and he was able to instill in many of us that worked there was amazing. But I would say his biggest attribute he always had was, I don't care what rank you had, what your issue was, when you went by his office, he would stop everything and welcome you into his office and treated you like you were the most important thing he had going that day. And I think that's something we could all strive to emulate in our lives. And I learned so much from that man. It was an honor to serve with him, and I'm here just to honor him. Thank you.
all right. I believe Deborah Silver also has a few remarks.
Hi, I'm Deborah Silver from Gulf Coast Veterans and Friends. I had the pleasure of working with Jerry since 2013 on various nonprofits. Our latest endeavor was Gulf Coast Veterans and Friends, which we've been doing since 2017. And I just wanted to share when his memorial will be. It's going to be at Hodges on Wednesday, March 12th from 5 to 8. At Hodges on Thursday, March 13th, from 3 to 5, and again at 7 to 9. And there'll be a Mass at St. John's on Friday, March 14th at 10 o'clock.
And I want to take a special moment to thank you and your husband for what you do for veterans. Every Saturday, you put on a nice breakfast for veterans in Collier County. I've attended a few of those. I think last week you had about 85
90.
veterans there. So thank you for all that you do for the community and for our veterans.
Thank you, Bert. Appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Patterson.
Commissioners, agenda changes for March 11th, 2025. First, move item 16G2 to 11D. This is a recommendation to authorize staff to engage the Federal Aviation Administration and the Florida Department of Transportation to seek guidance and information regarding the potential deactivation of Everglades Air Park as a public airport. This is being moved at all 5 commissioners' separate requests. Second, we have an add-on item 10B. This is a request that the board to appeal the hearing examiner's decision and hearing examiner decision number 2025-02, denying an application for an insubstantial change to ordinance number 18-49, the seed-to-table commercial plan unit development, which sought to amend the CPUD to remove the required gate control system at the Piper Boulevard access to the parking lot. This is being added at Commissioner Hall's request. Next, continue item 16B13 to the March 25th BCC meeting. This is a recommendation to award invitation to bid number 24-8316 landscape maintenance for work areas 18B, 20B, 21B, 23, and 27 to Mainscape Inc., Superb Landscape Services Inc., and Superior Landscaping and Lawn Services Inc. on a primary secondary basis, and authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreements. This is being moved at Commissioner McDaniel's request. Also continue item 16B15 to the March 25th BCC meeting. This is a recommendation to approve a traffic signal agreement with Cameron Commons. Authorize the chairman to sign a traffic signal agreement with Cameron Commons Unit 2 Property Owners Association that will authorize the construction of a traffic signal at the intersection of Immokalee Road and Bel Air Bay Drive, and memorialize that the signal may be removed at the county's discretion. This is being moved at staff's request. With that, I'm sorry.
And before we proceed any further, I failed to mention Commissioner Colwell is on the phone.
Yes, sir.
So let's welcome him, and we need a motion to approve his participation via phone.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Commissioner Colwell, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
You heard all of the changes to the agenda?
Yes,
Okay.
I've been tuned in since the pledge.
Okay. Ms. Patterson?
Yes, we have court reporter breaks set for time certain 10:30 and again at 2:50 if necessary. With that, County Attorney.
Nothing this morning, thank you.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any changes to the agenda, and also any ex parte?
I have
The
no
consent?
changes to the agenda. I do have ex parte on 17A. I have meetings, emails, and calls.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I have two. First, I do have ex parte on 17A, but I'm going to suggest that we continue that item for one meeting. I had the opportunity, it was represented, and the only reason that I'm continuing it and not asking for it to come forward is the representatives of the project are not here to hear what I have to say. I had an opportunity to review. Oh, well, Rich is in the back, but we don't need to have a hearing on this today. I read the transcript from the NIM, the Neighborhood Information Meeting, and though it was represented that there weren't any issues, I read a lot of issues that I didn't feel were properly addressed. And so I'd like to continue this item one more meeting and do a little further investigation. Do we need to make that as a motion, or?
It's on the agenda. To remove it would require a motion and a vote to remove it.
Okay, so I'd like to make that motion to continue it for one meeting.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. I know Mr. Yovanovitch is here. I just want to make sure, as we get ready to vote on this, is that if that's going to create any problems for the Baker Senior Center. I'm assuming that it will not. Mr. Yovanovitch, yeah, but real quickly, because the question is whether this is, a 2-week continuance is going to create a problem to your client, and I think you have the right to at least mention.
My calendar's clear. I'm just gonna look back and make sure it's clear for. Are we clear? You good? I guess if we don't have a choice, we'll be continued for 2 weeks, I guess.
Well, we'll see. There's a motion and a second.
We haven't voted yet.
Commissioner Hall?
I mean, we can continue it, but some of the meetings that I've had are people that live right there, and they're all good. They're all good with everything. So if we want to continue it, I'm good. If we don't, I'm still good.
Commissioner LaCastro?
Can you just elaborate a little bit more on your concern?
Yes.
I want to hear it.
And my concern is several things. Number one, originally, and again, I don't want to go back a whole bunch in history, but we did very specific things with this organization and this location to try to maintain the quality of life for the people in Oaks Boulevard area, directing traffic, having sheriffs there for traffic control, hours of operation, so on and so forth. And now here we are coming right back with a change in the hours of operation, traffic control, and so on. And when I read the transcript, and I didn't get the transcript until, well, it came through my email sometime. I didn't see it until this morning, right before this meeting, and in a brief review of that transcript, there were concerns that were raised by the residents in close proximity to this particular project that I didn't feel were properly addressed. And so that's my, I certainly don't have an issue with the renaming of the facility, but the other circumstances are what I have a concern with, and that's the reason that I raised it. I raised it yesterday with our senior staff when we were having our one-on-ones, and they were like, well, it's on the consent because there wasn't any dissenting community members at the NIM. Well, they referred to them in the transcript of the NIM as issues, but then there was never any addressing of those issues that were raised with regard to the traffic or the sheriff or anything along those lines. And that's the reason that I'm asking for the continuance.
So I'll just clarify my second. I feel like I'm always supportive of every commissioner up here. If they have some concerns that maybe I didn't see or I don't know, I'm 100% supportive of all the things that are on the list. And if people have significant issues, much like Commissioner Hall, I didn't hear any of them. It doesn't mean, like you said, they didn't raise it at the HEX or something of that nature. I'm sure we want to get all these things approved, immediately, but we're up here to represent all citizens, pro and con. But like you had said, as long as Mr. Ivanovich, if he says it's going to create some sort of other issue, it doesn't mean we don't vote to delay it, but then we at least know there's some other moving parts. And so what I heard you say is, hey, we were hoping it was going to get rubber stamped and approved today because it didn't seem like it was that many moving parts and there was no opposition. Is there something you want to clarify just so I can feel good about my second motion or not?
If I may,
Yes,
in response to Commissioner McDaniel, I don't know if you're aware, but after the neighborhood information meeting, we had another meeting with the residents, inclusive of the nearby residents, prior to the Planning Commission meeting. And as a result of that meeting, there were changes made to the original request to address the concerns that were raised at the neighborhood information meeting. So that's why there was nobody there, in my opinion, at the Planning Commission meeting, and that's why we're on the summary agenda. So I don't know if you knew that or were aware of that as to what did transpire historically as part of the.
Thank you.
Can I add, don't go away, Rich, please.
Hang on a second. Let me make sure that Commissioner Colwell, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just, other than, like Commissioner Hall said, I met with a few different people and I actually went to a few events there after the fact. And I think some of the people that may have been against it originally realized that there was things that were there they were actually participating in. And I think it, over time, sometimes people's opinions change over things that initially were an issue at one point. But that was the feeling I was getting. But other than that, I'm like Commissioner Castro too. If one of the commissioners has an issue that's something I didn't see or I don't understand, I'm more than happy to stand there and make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's to make sure we are doing something right. So,
Commissioner LaCastro.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull my seconding of the motion because here's what I would say as well. This is a fluid process, so if we unanimously or the majority approves this, and it turns out that the changes that they want to make, which I think are acceptable, and I heard nothing but positive things, turn out to create all kinds of confusion. We can always readdress this, so it's not like this approves it in perpetuity. And if there are citizens that maybe were a little more quiet or raised some issues, but then like Mr. Ivanovich says, they've addressed those, then I'm satisfied. And if we're wrong, this is an open forum. We can always readdress it and make adjustments. So I'm not as hard over now that I've heard sort of the back and forth. And like Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Cole said, I sort of was overwhelmed by people that said, thank you for the small changes that you're making. If it turns out that they're more negative on the community than possible, than we thought, we could always address it. So I'm going to withdraw my second of the motion.
Commissioner, you've withdrawn your second to the motion. I support moving forward with this today. I've been to that center numerous times, and I typically will go during their Wednesdays when they have their luncheons. And there's always a highway patrolman there or a deputy there. Typically, the officer is sitting in the car because there is no real traffic. And when the luncheons end, there's really no traffic problems. There's no real need to direct traffic. Plus, there's very little traffic on that main road at noon or 1 o'clock. And so I don't have any issues with moving forward today, but it does take 4 votes. So right now, we have a motion and a second.
I pulled my second.
Okay, or we have a motion with no second. Commissioner McDaniel, you're lit up here.
Yes, sir, thank you. This isn't a sword that I'm going to fall on. How would I have been privy to a separate meeting in front of the Planning Commission? Was it part of the minutes
It
of
was.
the Planning
It
Commission?
was. We, as part of my presentation, I said, we met with, since the NIM, we met with a group of residents to go over, a smaller group, to go over their concerns. And as a result of that, we had made some clarification on the hours of operation that we were requesting. We also had made clarifications on, although we're asking to not be required to have a police officer and monitor it ourselves, if that remains a problem, or if it becomes a problem, the police officer can be required, just like churches. So we did have a meeting, and it was, I know you just got the minutes, so it's kind of hard to catch everything, but yes, I did say that we had a meeting with the residents after the neighborhood information meeting.
This wasn't new news to me. And when I read this agenda item over the weekend in preparation for today's meeting, I expressed a concern to my senior staff. I said, why is this happening without a NIM? And then we found the information about the NIM, but the transcript of the NIM was not in there. Then that was forwarded to me today. And of course, I didn't read all of the minutes with regard to the Planning Commission and so on and so forth. So I still stand where I stand, but I can count noses and we can move forward. We don't need to belabor this. I do want to make a suggestion, though, that it is harder after the fact for citizenry to bring back concerns with regard to a theoretical insubstantial change to a PUD. So we'll let that ride.
But we can make it less.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I have one other one, though.
No, it's,
Since I beat
Yes,
that
sir.
one. You want me to light up again?
yes, sir. No, you don't need to hit the button. Go ahead.
Consent agenda 16D8 is a grant funding for the museum in Immokalee that encompasses a full-time employee with regard to community gardening and so on and so forth. I just want to ensure that this is not going to just evolve into another FTE for the county, that this employee is going to be hired for and utilized with these grant funds, but I just don't want it to evolve into another full-time employee taking actions or doing things with regard to the museum. And I think I've done enough for now.
Commissioner LaCastro, changes or any disclosure?
No changes on 17A. I had emails and calls.
I have no changes, and I do have some disclosure on 17A, just meetings and emails and telephone calls. Commissioner Kowal, any changes to the agenda and any disclosure?
No changes. I do have emails and meetings on 17A also.
All right. Then we need a motion concerning the approval of today's regular consent and summary agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 4, proclamations. Item 4A is a proclamation designating March 11th, 2025 as Gentlemen Against Domestic Violence Day in Collier County, to be accepted by Sheriff Kevin Rambosk and other distinguished guests. Congratulations.
Sheriff, thank you, sir.
My hat's already down there. How you doing, Kate?
Gentlemen, if you'd like to make a few comments.
Good morning, Kevin Rambosch, Sheriff of Collier County, and a proud member of the Shelter Board for Directors and supporter of Gentlemen Against Domestic Violence. Thank you very much for this proclamation this morning. You know, this group was founded in 2008 by Bob Connors and Jim Jordan. Bob was just standing up there with me. And they have been growing that organization along with other key members of the organization, including Dan Benowitz and Colin Estrom. And, you know, this continues to be an important element for our community as well as the rest of the nation. Unfortunately, last year alone, there were more than 1,400 calls for service on 911 related to domestic violence. And it doesn't matter what neighborhood you might live in. It is spread throughout the organization. And, you know, we have an estimated cost to the community of $30+ million when it's all said and done. So that's why this organization is so important. It really encourages men to take a stand with women to stop violence in our community. And as of today, we're recognizing 350 men in the Naples Daily News and for the stand that they have taken. We also did an information and awareness campaign last week with GADV, the Naples Police Department, and the Collier County Sheriff's Office throughout the county in different locations, really to provide information and awareness of what the shelter can do to support individuals who are victims of violence. So on behalf of the shelter, I'd like to thank you again, and I would really like to thank the 350 men who have taken a stand against domestic violence in this community. Thank you very much.
Item 4B is a proclamation designating March 15th, 2025 as Save the Florida Panther Day in Collier County, to be accepted by Aaron Myers, Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge Manager. Congratulations.
I'm making you. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for all you do.
Totally cool. Come on up here.
Stand in the middle.
I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. This proclamation, again, is supporting Save the Florida Panther, which is one of our, is our state mammal, the Florida Panther. And the Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge, it was brought into existence for the purpose of supporting the Florida Panther and its habitat. So everything we do is basically for the panther and all the species that also use the same habitats. We will be celebrating this Save the Florida Panther Day this Saturday at the National Wildlife Refuge, and everyone's welcome to attend. Thank you.
What are the hours for that?
It'll be 9 to 1.
9 to 1.
Yep. And on our Facebook page, the Refuge's Facebook page, there's information about the event.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 4C is a proclamation designating March 20th through March 30th, 2025 as the 49th anniversary of the Collier County Fair, to be accepted by Pat Cookson, Fair Board Secretary. Congratulations.
What's with the purple?
She's spunky, right?
It's cousin.
She can, because she can. She's a wild child.
Good
Thank you.
morning, dear. Good morning.
You can too, Bill.
Yeah, I could too. I only have 3 hairs.
Why don't you tell us the dates of the fair and a little bit about it?
Okay, the fair starts a week from this Thursday, March 20th through the 30th. I invite every one of you guys to come out. Got to eat your way around the fair. A lot of entertainment going on. And like I said, this is the 49th year of the fair. So please come on out and help us make it very successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4D is a proclamation designating March 2025 as National Nutrition Month to be accepted by Nadia Hines, Clinical Nutrition Manager, Naples Comprehensive Health. Congratulations.
Hi all, just a little bit about National Nutrition Month. It is an annual campaign celebrated each year during the month of March, focusing attention on the importance of making informed food choices and developing sound eating and physical activity habits. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. And I believe we need a motion to approve the proclamations.
Yes, sir.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to approve the proclamations. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
I have 2 registered speakers at this time. Francis Cook will be followed by Garrett FX Byron.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Weak men create hard times, but as you know, hard times do create strong men. And so I'm glad to stand here and say that I am choosing to stand here as a strong man today. Strong because I'm taking my awareness of certain limiting beliefs that I used to hold, and I'm taking action to make changes in my life. I'm strong because these actions are developing resilience within me, and I'm strong because I'm choosing to put my responsibilities as a man over my ego and my feelings. So you might be wondering, why am I here expressing this? What is the purpose of these comments? Well, I believe that cultivating strength is important for our community, for myself and for men. We need more men to step up in our communities. You know, that you just had the proclamation about domestic violence, and in my experience, I'm not an expert on that subject, but I believe that it's impulse, maybe a lack of impulse control that might cause people to partake in that. And so one aspect maybe of being a strong man is not giving in to impulsive behaviors. And I've learned in my life that having a lack of self-discipline might allow me to make impulsive choices just in my life, and gaining an awareness of like why we do what we do, I think is important. Now, I don't have my comments written out here today, so I'm kind of just trying to speak from the heart about why I think it's important for our community to support this opportunity for me to come forward and you know, share my feelings about why. You know, last time I was here speaking, I was talking about men's mental health, and I was talking about my own personal journey where I felt like I've been weak and making mistakes in my life, and I'm I'm sorry. I
Take-
have to
take your time
take
and
just a moment.
Take your time. We'll give you a little extra time at the end, so don't feel rushed.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Let me just come back to why I think it's important to look inwardly to cultivate strength, because you gentlemen are leaders here. Our community needs leaders. I've, in my journey, been a leader in some regards. I try to lead myself. I try to lead my family. I try to lead my community, but sometimes I fall short. Other men have fallen short. Everybody falls short from time to time. And so why I'm here is I just seek to open up a dialogue of how to face challenges and next time I'm going to write my speech out. This is not coming out very well, is it?
That's coming out very well. I think a lot of things you're saying are things that all of us should take to heart in terms of why we do the things we do and to think things through. So I want to thank you for that, and you're always welcome. Come back next time with a few notes.
I appreciate that. I think I will do that.
All right. Thank you.
Your next and final speaker on this item is Garrett FX Byron.
For the record, Garrett FX Byron. I'm representing my son, Maximilian X Byron. And I want to thank all you board members, but I want to also thank two other people. Mike Bosey, who has worked on a project with me for 10 years. I don't think people realize it takes 18 months to do anything. That's standard procedure, no matter what you think your zoning is. And I learned a tremendous amount from Jeff Klatzkow, who taught me that easements, you may think you own them, but you don't. And you might have to buy them from somebody to use them. But in this case, this has taken 10 years of Mike Bosey's time to get the tower approved and built, the initial tower on the Palm Springs Park subdivision, which they had to build a road in eventually to get to the site. But it was a site that I had acquired on the other side of the interstate many years ago. Long story. We want to thank, in particular, Mike Bosey for his 10 years working on this to make the tower site real, which it'll probably totally finish in the next 30 days, I'm guessing. But the tower is up. It's standing there, and everybody's going to get to use it. And it's not going to be as ugly as I thought it was going to be. And the neighborhood is happy now. They're going to have better service. And emergency vehicles will probably use it more than ever because it's right there at the off-ramp of the interchange where they're building sky bridges that I don't get out there that often. But it's an interesting thing. And thank you all, and particularly your staff, because spending 10 years like Mike Bosey did is just standard. I mean, you've got great staff. They've been here a long time, and they're all hard workers. They're not like federal employees, That's it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Great, thank you. Speaking of towers.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 8A. This item was continued from the February 11th, 2025 BCC meeting. This item does require ex parte disclosure be provided by commission members. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution of the Board of Zoning Appeals of Collier County, Florida, providing for the establishment of a conditional use to allow a 150-foot tall monopole communications tower that deviates from the required 150-foot separation from residential property by providing an 84-foot separation from residential property to the north on lands zoned estates and designated residential estates subdistrict within the rural Golden Gate Estates sub-element of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan of the Collier County Growth Management Plan pursuant to sections 2.03.01 B1C12 and 5.05.09 of the Collier County Land Development Code, located on approximately 613 plus minus square feet of a total of a 4.99 plus minus acre tract located at 191 Weber Boulevard North in Section 2, Township 49 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. Before we get started, we need all participants to stand up and be sworn in by the court reporter. Commissioners, we need ex parte as well.
Commissioner Hall?
I have no ex parte.
Commissioner McDaniel?
As well.
And Commissioner Castro?
I got one email.
I've got emails as well, and Commissioner Kowal.
No ex parte on this one.
All right, thank you.
All right, very good. If we could start with the applicant.
Hi, good morning. James Johnston with Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue in Orlando. It's good to be back. As mentioned, this, and as you guys will remember, this was continued from the February 11th meeting. I know the commission had some questions, and we unfortunately did not have a FP&L representative here because the questions were centered around the tower structure and things of that nature. And so we do have with us Tim Young, who is a representative for FP&L. I also have Mark Beisch and Bill Compton with Verizon also. And so I have a presentation, but I know we gave the full presentation last time, so I'm just going to skip ahead to the part where Tim's going to come up and talk about some of the issues. I'd also submitted a letter to staff yesterday that was responding to some of those, which I'll turn in as well. But let me just get forward. These were all slides that were discussed at the last meeting. So at this point, I'm going to ask Tim Young to come up and address some of your questions, and then I'll get back up to wrap up. And then, of course, we'll request some time if there's anyone from the public to come back for rebuttal. Thank you.
Hello, Tim Young, 8801 Via Brillante, Wellington, Florida. I represent Florida Power and Light. My employer is Crown Castle International. I was given a list of questions from the last meeting, so I'm not sure if it's appropriate to go through those questions or to just have you ask me questions about the construction.
It might be appropriate to go through your list of questions. Okay. That'll help refresh our recollection a little bit as well.
Fair enough. Yes, sir. So the first question I was provided was, can the communication tower be moved south, closer to the electric substation, in order to reduce the amount of separation waiver request? So I'm going to try and maneuver this. So I'm going to go to this slide here. The answer to that question is yes. What we can do is there's a minimum separation from each fence to the substation fence. That minimum distance is 20 feet. So as you can tell, there's the pole, which is set about midway to a little bit more than midway into the ground compound. So we can move that or shift that pole location about 10 to 12 feet to the south because that fence then will still maintain the 20-foot separation that we require around our substation. That 20 feet from the substation is required for trucks and maintenance vehicles to go around, and also to keep separation from our grounding grid, which lies under the ground underneath the substation. So we can move it. Again, conservatively, I'll say 10 feet, maybe as many as 12 feet to the south. So that would reduce the distance to the...
What would that reduce the distance to the...
I believe, if I remember correctly, the overlap to the adjacent property to the north was 66 feet. So again, assuming 10 feet, that would reduce the overlap to 56 feet, if I have my numbers correct. Okay. The second question, what are the general design specifications of the proposed communications tower? So just to take a step back, I'm not sure exactly what was discussed in the last meeting, but this is a 150-foot steel galvanized tower. It's comprised of 4 sections. The bottom 2 sections, and it's sleeved, so the 4 sections slip over each other like a sleeve. The bottom 2 sections are 49 feet in height. Then there's a 42-foot section, and then a 24-foot section at the top. It's a tapered structure, so it's smaller at the top in diameter than it is at the bottom. The width of the steel at the bottom is roughly 3/4 of an inch thick. The width of the steel at the top is roughly 1/4 inch thick. So obviously, because of the weight and the structure integrity, the width of the steel and the size of the diameter needs to be larger at the bottom to handle the weight. There will be what we call a concrete pier or a foundation, which will be drilled a hole into the ground, and we will put reinforced concrete with rebar into the ground. We've done several of these sites, and we won't know until we actually go out and do a soil boring of the site to know exactly how deep that'll be. But in this general area, where we've been looking at anywhere between a 45 to 60-foot deep pier that'll be under the ground, rebar reinforced concrete. I'll get into the concrete in a second, but I will just mention that FPL requires kind of a stringent requirement of concrete that rates to 4,500 PSI, which is quite a bit more than what the TIA standard requires, but we can get into that here in a second. I think there were some questions about, well, how does this differ from a normal communication structure? Because FPL considers this to be a transmission structure. So since this structure is sitting on a substation property, it cannot be any weaker than any other structure on the substation. So it has to be designed to the exact same specifications as all other structures on the property, in essence, to protect the substation and to protect the workers and residents, local residents. So what does that mean? So the TIA standard, which is kind of the standard for constructing and designing radio towers, clearly states in this area that a commercial communications tower should be what they call risk category 2 per the standard, and that's roughly peak wind speed of about 155 to 160 miles per hour. It has to be rated for that wind speed. FPL bumped it up to a risk category 3 for all of their structures on their substation, which means it has to meet 172 peak wind load, and what that means is it's a 3-second gust of 172 miles per hour, which basically qualifies it, I'll say, for a Cat 5, a strong Cat 5, if not, I'll say Cat 5 plus, if you want to refer to that. And again, that's a 3-second gust of 172 miles per hour that it's rated for. That's one change that FPL made to their standards, coming from a communications tower to a transmission structure. The other significant change is there's something called an EPA that stands for Effective Projected Area, and this is also in the TIA standard. And basically, if you can picture a sail, like on a ship, the larger the sail is, the more wind it's going to catch, which means the more forces it's going to push on the ship. So EPA is basically a measurement of any antennas that are installed on the top of that tower. What's the surface area that wind is going to hit and create force on that tower to eventually create a moment and torque it, if you will, or bend it over, if you will. So a standard for a tower like this, what they call a tubular design, would be about between 135 square feet and about 150 to 155 square feet. The difference between those two numbers is one, whether there's ice on the tower. So 155 square feet would be the maximum. That would be sort of the standard that most people would design to in terms of the area of that antenna base. And we're talking about one side. Typically, carriers will design their structures to be in sectors, so they'll have typically 3 sectors. So I'm talking 155 to 150 feet on each side. So you kind of model it to be almost like a flag, if you will, that's 150 feet square. So FPL, they do not treat it that way. They treat the entire, they don't treat the equipment as having any gaps between it. They treat it as a solid flag. So they go up to 250 square feet of surface area. So they've increased the wind speed to 172 miles an hour, and they've increased the effective projected area to 250 square feet, which is about 100 square feet more. What this ends up doing is it ends up putting more force on the top of the tower, so it's rated to a higher degree, if you will. And the way the design sits today is it's not just Verizon we have to plan for, we plan for other carriers. So we've planned for 3 carriers, so that calculation I just mentioned is replicated 3 times at the 3 different levels on the structure. So we're estimating quite a bit of force on this structure, as you can imagine. And then finally, the last thing I'll mention is the concrete. I did mention that FPL requires that we design to 4,500 PSI, that type of concrete that can be cured to that level. The TIA standard is 3,000 pounds per square inch for a foundation of this type for a commercial structure. Again, this is all about meeting the requirements of the transmission structures, not adhering to the commercial radio tower specs, if that makes sense. So this thing I would say is, I don't want to be overzealous about it, but this thing usually, we've had many of these things go through hurricane windows before, and we've had no damage, no tilting, nothing on any of these structures to date. And some of them have been hit by, directly by 3s, a straight hit by a 3 going through the eye wall. So we've had no damage to any of these structures to date. So,
Mr. Young, let me ask you a quick question then, so I understand. When you design this to withstand a wind speed of 172 miles per hour for 3 seconds, a gust, that's assuming a 200 square foot face to that wind?
250, yes.
250 foot.
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
And that typically you would expect more like 155 feet, 135 to 155 feet of structure if you count the gaps.
Correct. Right.
FP&L constructs this, assuming no gaps, 200 square feet of surface, 172 miles an hour for 3
Yeah,
seconds.
and if you can picture, and James brought a good point, if you can picture the pole up there, again, we're designing this not just for Verizon, but for 2 other carriers, basically the big 3 carriers. So each one of those, what we call rad centers, or each one of those heights, is mimicking that exact same calculation on every side of the pole. So basically, as I mentioned, the carriers have what they call sectors, and they'll be like a triangle. They'll have 3 sectors. So we mimic that in every direction at that sector and at each one of those elevations there. So we assume that it's wind constantly hitting it at all 3 heights at that level. You're talking about 172 and 250. So it's, again, it's an incredible amount of force that's being pushed at that top of that 150-foot structure.
Have you ever had one of those towers fail?
No.
How many towers do you have up?
Like this one, a monopole with no conductors on it, we probably have about 50 to 55 of these.
All across the state, or?
In Florida, in FPL service territory, so not necessarily in the Tampa area, but Fort Myers south and then up and down the East Coast, yeah.
I don't see anybody lit up here. Let's, any more to your presentation?
There were just a few more questions, if you want me to continue.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So, is the 100-foot radius setback from the electrical substation control house a federal state rule or an FPL requirement? This structure has to be 100 feet from what they call the relay vault or the control house, which is on the substation property. And let's see if I can find that little build. If you see the substation up toward the top there, that little building, which is right there along the drive, is what we call the relay vault or the control house. There is very sensitive equipment in there in terms of switching and relays. So this structure has to be 100 feet away from that because FPL has decided, this is an FPL requirement, that it has to be about roughly 100 feet away, at least 100 feet away, because when that pole gets hit by lightning, and it will get hit by lightning, there are typically secondary and tertiary, lightning, like a spider web that'll come down, and they may need to make sure that none of those strikes will hit that relay vault and trip any of that equipment or compromises the substation. So, and they've come up with 100 feet because that seems to be the safe average, but yet being reasonable to protect their substation. So. I think there's 2 more questions here. So can the proposed communication tower be designed with an engineering break point? FPL doesn't allow that on their substations because, frankly, they consider that, some people call them break points, fault lines. They're basically a failure point. So they don't design failures into their structures. They actually build them to withstand anything that the substation is going to withstand, obviously for the integrity of the substation. So they don't allow us to put anything that has break points. And as a side note, some people have come to ask us, hey, can you make this thing look like a tree? You've seen some of the cell phone towers that look like a tree or like a monopine, they call them. Well, they don't allow those either because those limbs are not rated for Category 5 hurricanes. They fly off, I wouldn't say relatively quickly, but certainly in a Cat 1, Cat 2. And again, that just compromises the integrity of the substation. So they're very particular about what types of structures they allow on their substation properties. Number 5 question was, in the event the proposed communication tower failed, could it fall outside of the parent parcel onto the property to the north? I'm going to take an educated guess because, again, we've never had one of these fail. And I did do some looking online to see when these things do fail, what do they look like, frankly. Anything's possible. If it would have to fall over from the very base of the tower over, and that's 150 foot. So with that said, it would fall onto the property that's adjacent because it is a 150-foot tower, and I think we're roughly 80, 90 feet away from that property. So yes, that is a possibility. I would say it's highly unlikely. In my educated guess, I would say if it is going to fail, if you have, say, 200, 250 mile an hour winds, more than likely, since the steel at the top is the thinnest steel, and that's where the wind is really going to be impacting it.
Hang on, just for a second. If you could silence your phone.
No.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't even hearing it. Sorry, but so again, my best educated guess, and this isn't an official FPL position, this is just Tim Young's educated guess, since that's the thinnest steel in the structure and that's the least amount of overlap, I would expect that top section would be what would kind of give first or start to bend, frankly, if it was going to fail, and then it would start to crumple. But that's not with a fail point. That's just the way it's built today. It just happens to be the steel at the top is the thinnest.
Yeah, and the steel at the bottom, that thick base at the bottom is 49 feet.
It's 49 feet in length. I believe it's roughly 8 feet to 8.5 feet in diameter, and it's 3/4 of an inch thick all the way around. And I knew you didn't ask this question, sir, but I'll answer the question that wasn't asked. It mounts itself to the concrete base with 40 2.25 inch rods, which are called anchor bolts, and they're in a circular pattern, and they're bolted down, and they're bolted on top and bottom, so you can level the tower as you put it up. So
if it's going to break, it's going to break somewhere above that base.
Right. Again, probably in the weakest steel, the thinnest steel, I'll say. Right. So. Would be my educated guess. Right. And I think that's all the questions I had that were asked.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Originally, I was concerned, I even made a comment about the Titanic was, created not to fail.
Right.
But knowing what this, what the design is and being familiar with wind turbines and the winds that they can, this thing is way stronger than that. And in talking with staff yesterday, Mr. Bosey also explained to me that the structure that I was concerned about the tower may be falling on is not the homestead, it's actually an outbuilding.
Okay.
And that helped me because in the case of what if, which is highly, highly, highly unlikely, that wouldn't be as catastrophic. The other thing that was brought to my attention that made me feel a lot better was that FPL actually has the right to build this tower if they built it. But because someone else is building it, we're having this discussion. So I'm comfortable with, with the tower and with the safety that's gone into it and the thought and the engineering, and I have no problems with this.
If I can just, I think I mentioned this, but just to make the point I think you understand this, but FPL owns the structure at the end of the day. They hire us to construct it on their behalf, but it's handed over to them at the end. So that's one of the reasons they put such stringent requirements on it, because it becomes part of their asset base at the point.
Commissioner Kowal, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I think they answered anything that I was concerned about.
All right, thank you. No one else lit up. Mr. Bosey, do you have anything to add before we go to public comment?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, and this.
You don't have to add anything.
I was just going to say, staff will work with the applicant to have the revisions, the 10-foot for shifting further south that was required, and it won't take 10 years to get it done.
All right, let's move on to public comment.
If I could, sorry, just add one thing just to Commissioner Hall's comment. We added, with the letter we provided, we had our engineer go out there, and it's actually 280 feet from the base of the tower, the old location, to the residential structure on that property to the north. Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
We have one registered speaker, Jill Snyder.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jill Snyder. I live on 3rd Avenue Northwest, where in previous presentations you'll see what areas of this area of the estates has no cell connectivity, and I'm right in the middle of it. So this tower is very important to us. In 2022, I filed a complaint along with somewhere between 700 and 2,000 people in this area to the FCC to complain about the lack of cell coverage in this area. So we've been, many of us in this area have been waiting anxiously for this partnership between Verizon and FPNL because the need for cell coverage in this area is to me, public safety issue, which we all know. If we can make a cell phone call in our house, which is a big if, there's about a 50% chance that it can stay connected. Of course, with today's workplace, we work from home. We have one corner in our upstairs house that my husband and I fight for because it has the highest probability of keeping a cell phone call connected. So that's not the best situation. We do Wi-Fi calling as well to alleviate the poor cell coverage, but Wi-Fi calling, as you know, is only as good as your internet provider, which is a topic for another day, as the internet technology in that area is not the latest in technologies as well. One of the most important things I'd like to say, and I have said in the past about the lack of cell phone connectivity, is public safety and the ability of whether or not, if you dial 911, if that cell call is going to be connected. Personally, last year, our family had a situation where it was a matter of life and death for that 911 call to stay connected. And it's very frightening and horrifying to know that when you dial 911, that may or may not go through to the people you need to help you. So I ask you to please support this partnership between Verizon and FPL, and to get this cell tower up. as soon as feasibly possible. Thank you.
All right, we have no other speakers. We'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, is there a motion? Commissioner McDaniel?
I'm going to make the motion for approval, sir.
All right.
I will second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Commissioner Colwell?
I for favor.
All right,
In favor of it.
passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 10. Item 10A is a recommendation to hear a presentation on the value of direct participation in the state and federal legislative process, evaluate its return on investment in securing project funding, preservation of local funds, advancement of board priorities, and advancing issues that serve to and protect the public. Mr. John Mullins, your Director of Communications and Government Affairs, is here to present.
Mr. Mullins, before you jump in, I asked that this be placed on the agenda, just something very brief. We do get comments from the public from time to time as to why are we spending public money to lobby the federal government and our state government. And so I wanted to put something on the record so all of us would have that. In case it comes up, you'll have a document that reflects the cost-benefit analysis, the return on investment, if you will, Mr. Commissioner McDaniel. And I think this will help answer some of those questions. So just very briefly.
I'll try to be as brief as humanly possible. For the record, John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government, and Public Affairs. And as the chair said, at the last meeting, you requested an update on your recent legislative trip and the value of direct board participation in the state and federal legislative process. I'm going to start with a brief recent history and value analysis of your legislative participation, and Ms. Corcoran will conclude with a recap of your recent efforts. Now, the period, as you can see on the screen, of history being used is from 2018 to 2024, the duration of which I, and as of July of 2023, Ms. Corcoran, have been affiliated with the program, and between the two of us, we have all the records. First, it's very important to point out you all are leading by example. With the Resource X project that went into effect during the last budget cycle, their return on investment report that kind of kicked the whole thing off mentioned that one of the key strategies was securing grants to offset costs at the county level. And that's what you have done. Your direct pursuit of state and federal legislatively directed grants is but one way you ensure that we're not relegated to being a donor county for other projects around the state. And particularly at the state level, there are billions of dollars in requests submitted each year for the legislature and specifically for the appropriation chairs to sift through. And last year alone, there were over $7 billion in requests submitted in Tallahassee for project and program funding. And only $2.7 billion of those were funded. So they're always going to be looking for ways to pare down these requests, and your direct advocacy demonstrating the importance and need of your request goes a long way in staying alive in the process. Of course, your direct advocacy also comes by way of the partnerships that you have with our local and state and federal delegation members. They sponsor our requests and work with you and our staff to educate the legislative leadership on the merits of the projects. And we are blessed to have a great partnership with our delegation members and their staff, and we thank them for working with us for the betterment of our community. Now, don't panic. I'm not going to go project by project from 2018 on, but the next several slides list all of the projects and a few of the policy initiatives for which you've played a vital role in securing. And they're part of the public record, and I will send each of your offices this slideshow for your reference and use. Mark Twain once said there are three types of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. And I wouldn't want any of us to be accused of employing any of the three. So I wanted you and the public to know that these numbers that I'm about to share with you are a tally and average of these projects, and they're easily verified and quantified items. And these projects and initiatives over a 7-year period total over $76 million, plus an unquantifiable life safety value. Now, what's not included in that number are the pending federal requests that we have in and the state appropriation requests that were recently filed for the session that started in Tallahassee last week. And this comes to an average of nearly $11 million per year in state and federal funding. And if you do include the $11 million that may still come our way in the next few months, that average actually increases to nearly $12.5 million. And this culminates in a return on investment of nearly 575%, largely due to your direct participation and influence at the state and federal legislative levels. So to put it in Shark Tank terms, you're making a 15% investment in staff and contractor facilitation, you're making one annual trip to Tallahassee and DC, and you're realizing an 85% profit for your efforts. And unless you have any questions about the return on investment, I'll hand it over to Ms. Corcoran, who will talk about your latest trip to Tallahassee.
I don't see any questions, so Ms. Corcoran.
Good morning. Bridget Corcoran, Legislative Affairs Coordinator for the record. So Lisa Hurley, our state lobbyist, has a great saying, and she goes, "You must be present to win." And I think that is, something when we go to Tallahassee, when we go to Washington, we have an opportunity that we're able to speak with one voice and say what our concerns are and what our requests are. So this last visit to Tallahassee, we were able to meet with the Department of Veterans Affairs, get an update on the nursing home, and we're able to immediately, spring into action really to be able to coordinate with our federal delegation members and say, okay, here's what we need from you. We all, sat at the table and reached out, we're texting, getting information. We're also to, touch base with them regarding the proviso language in the state budget this year that we're able to convey to all of our members there and ask them to make sure that it is passed and that they help shepherd it through the process. After that, we were able to meet with the representative who is sponsoring the hands-free legislation. It is moving this year in the Senate, and unfortunately, it is being held up in the House. So we're working on that. We have formed coalitions with Pathway Coalition, working with local groups to be able to try and move this, to be able to see some progress this year. Meeting with our delegation members, this year we kept hearing every meeting that, any of the leadership is saying there's not the money there's been in the past years. There's not that COVID money. That's been completely exhausted. And we also don't have Senator Passidomo as president anymore. Luckily she's still there for us, but, without her being in that position, it's a very competitive process. So we're able to meet with all of our members, discuss the appropriation requests, thank them, and just try to coordinate what our requests for and provide extra information for them. We're also able to discuss the immigration bill and what that has, the implementation in Collier County. So, then from there, we're also to meet with Representative Esposito, who's the chair of the Ag and Natural Resources Committee. One thing that this county we are working on is trying to secure funding for water projects. Last year, all the water projects were vetoed in the governor's budget, and everybody was told to go through the FDEP process, which we had already done with our project. So in the end, there was 400 applications totaling $2.2 billion with $200 million in funding. So it's incredibly competitive. It's good that we're there. It's good that we're able to say, you know what, here's our local share. We have skin in the game and really be able to highlight our projects as shovel-ready, ready to go, well-funded.
Okay.
So are there any questions? I'm happy to.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. And it is to thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this forward, number one, because we're always talking about rate of return on our investment and how we're managing our taxpayers' money, number one. Number two, you led the charge, I think, in 17 or 18 to move to a new lobbyist for us in Tallahassee. And that has been enormous for our opportunities and our visits going forward with our representatives in Tallahassee. So from me to you, thank you. You led the charge on this with the direction on our new lobbyist, and this quantifies quite clearly the rate of return for our investment.
Right. I don't see any other questions. No one's registered to speak, I assume. All right, then we'll thank you. And again, thank you for your efforts in helping us get everything organized, or not helping us get organized, getting us organized. So thank you for that.
Commissioners, before we move on to the add-on item 10B, I do need to direct your attention to the back of the room for the Artist of the Month. The March Artist of the Month is Gil Sanchez, a self-taught artist born in El Salvador. He moved to California in 1990 and learned English. In 1993, he moved to and established his home in Naples. Initially only a hobby while employed as a carpenter, artistic skills come naturally to Gil. In 2016, he suffered a life-threatening construction-related injury. As a result, Gil remains physically limited with ongoing pain. During recovery, he began painting and now works on his craft every day, pushing the limits of his body and imagination. A unique feature of his art is the use of Bondo, a material known for its use in auto body and wood repairs. You can see more of Gil Sanchez's art in the Trillium Gallery in the Naples Art District and at the Coco Art Gallery in the Coastland Mall.
I was, before the meeting started, I went around and took a look at each one of those items up there, and it's some pretty amazing stuff. So, interesting story and some beautiful artwork.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 10B, which is an add-on item. This is a request that the board to appeal the hearing examiner's decision and hearing examiner decision number 2025-02, denying an application for an insubstantial change to ordinance number 18-49, the seed to table commercial plan unit development, which sought to amend the CPUD to remove the required gate control system at the Piper Boulevard access to the parking lot. This item is brought to the agenda at Commissioner Hall's request.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to bring this forward because back when the CPUD was originated, there was a requirement for a gate to be installed in between Piper Avenue and the seat-to-table parking lot there just west of Livingston. And it was a novel thought, and all intentions were well. However, through the years, this gate was installed in the FPL easement, and FPL has removed this gate repeatedly, like 50 times. And so basically, in all of the years, the gate has been non-operable. But since the gate has been down and seat-to-table is the leasee to the county, code enforcement violations have been installed against seat-to-table for the removal of the gate and in violation of the CPUD requirements. So Mr. Oaks is getting violations on things that he's not doing, and he'll put the gate back up, FPL will take it back down. CAT also operates through that gate. And so basically the concerns that the public had and the fears that people were just going to flood Piper Avenue and go through there repeatedly, skipping that intersection, that does happen, but it's not to the point to where it's important at all. So I brought this forward. The hearing examiner, he denied the application to remove the gate based on an insubstantial change because I feel like it is a substantial change. So I'm going to make the motion to appeal the hearing examiner's decision with a requirement to change the CPUD to remove the gate requirement so that everyone can live happily ever after. So I'll move to appeal that decision.
Right. Second. There's a motion and a second. Just a quick question. There is a fee for the petition. I assume that the seat-to-table would pay the fee for the appeal, and we would hear the appeal. Is that?
Correct. We have not talked about that, but I don't think that Mr. Oaks would have any problem at all.
All right. The only reason I mention that is if we waive fees for these types of appeals, it becomes a precedent, and I think we'd have to waive all those fees going forward. And that's why I brought that up, just to.
Sure.
Right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I got a question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Castro?
I got a question for Commissioner Hall, just to clarify something. So if FPL has removed the gate 50 times, if we vote on this unanimously, do we expect to hear back from them? Or behind the scenes, has this been coordinated with them to separate rumor from fact, or we're going to pass this and then see what happens? Is that?
No, we're going to pass this, the gate goes away, and everybody lives happily ever after. They don't have to take it down anymore, and Alfie's not required to put it up.
And FPL's not going to go, I got you, okay.
No registered speakers. All right, we have I'm sorry. Mr. Bosey?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Just for the clarification for the process, when we file the appeal, we will bring back an executive summary to this Board of County Commissioners, framing the issue, framing the whole case that was heard before the HECS will be brought to you. You'll be able to review it. Then in the public hearing, you will either you can reverse the decision of the HECS, you can affirm the decision of the HECS, or you can go in an alternative direction. But we will have to bring it back to you, and there'll have to be a formal action at an advertised public hearing for that appeal. But we will have that in short order.
Are you saying that I got the cart before the horse?
I think you're just a little, just a little anxious.
He's been working on it for 10 years, so he has all the details.
All right, I believe we have a motion and a second, if that's correct. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? It passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11. Item 11A is a recommendation to adopt the FY 2026 budget policy and adopt a resolution establishing a deadline of May 1st, 2025 for budget submittals by the Supervisor of Elections, the Sheriff's Office, and the Clerk of the Circuit Court. Mr. Chris Johnson, your Division Director of Corporate Financial and Management Services, is here to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Chris Johnson, your Director of Corporate and Financial Management Services. And as Ms. Patterson said, today we're here for the Collier County FY26 budget policy. Today we're going to discuss the requested action. We're going to discuss the FY26 budget schedule. We're going to dive into briefly into the FY 2025 budget. We're going to talk about our ad valorem history. We'll go into the FY 2026 budget policy highlights before ending on the recommendation today. So I'll start with the requested action, or what we're doing today. Today we're going to adopt the FY 2026 budget policy. We're going to establish June budget workshop dates and September public hearing dates. And then we're going to adopt a resolution establishing a deadline of May 1st, 2025 for budget submittals by the Supervisor of Elections, the Sheriff's Office, and the Clerk. So I'll start off here with the budget calendar. So far this year, we have had our FY26 budget policy discussion, and last week we had our strategic plan and priority-based budgeting workshop. Today, again, we're here to adopt the FY26 budget policy. I won't go through this whole thing, but there are some dates highlighted in yellow there that we'll also be setting. The June priority-based budget workshop on June 19th and June 20th, if necessary, and then the public hearing dates. The first public hearing date of 9/4/2025 and the final public hearing date of 9/18/2025. Any questions on the schedule at all? All right. From there, I'm just going to briefly go through the FY 2025 budget highlights, and you guys have seen these before. I'm just going to run through them quickly today. The net adopted budget for 2025 was about $2.1 billion. Of that, we had $691 million in reserves and $442 in our physical environment, which includes our water sewer district, solid waste, stormwater, beach renourishment, and dredging. And then public safety at about 18% or $382 million. That's the sheriff, EMS, code enforcement, and permitting. Moving into the sources of the current revenues for all funds. As you can see here, ad valorem is our number one source of revenue at 46%. The total ad valorem budgeted last year was $573.5 million. That is followed by service charges for services at 30%, or about $381 million. The FY25 ad valorem and property tax by fund, as you can see here, the ad valorem collected for the general fund is about 80% of all ad valorem collected by the county. In second place there, you have the unincorporated area general fund with 11%, or $66 million. This slide here depicts the ad valorem by category within the general fund. The total ad valorem, again, for the general fund was $458.4 million approximately. 58.3% of that goes into health, safety, and welfare, with $122.9 million going to general governmental functions. This slide here is the unincorporated area general fund, about $66 million in ad valorem revenue, with $47.3 million going to general governmental activities and $11 million going to health, safety, and welfare. Any questions on the budget slides before I move forward? All right. I'll go into a little brief ad valorem history. This chart here depicts the historical changes in Collier County General Fund taxable value. As you can see here, we had a dip in the recession from '08 to coming back up starting in '13. Since then, if you look at the last 3 years, we've had very large increases in taxable value, 16.9% in '23, 13.5% in '24, and 10.3% last year. The planning scenario for this year is based on a 5% estimated taxable value increase. I will say, and I know I said this a couple weeks ago and probably last week as well, the state is estimating that to be at 12.3%. Our planning scenario is conservative. Again, the last ad valorem estimating conference that had results was from July, so we're waiting for the results of last week's ad valorem conference to get a better understanding of taxable value and the estimates moving forward. Here's a chart of the general fund tax rate over the last 10 years. As you can see, in FY24, we departed from the business as usual of 3.5645, adopting the rollback rate of 3.2043, and then in 25 as well at 3.0107. This is the unincorporated area millage history. Again, we had established a rate of 0.8069. In 2024, we went to the rollback rate of 0.7280, and in 25, 0.6844. I wanted to show this slide again. I know I showed this to everyone 2 weeks ago as well. Based on that reduction in tax rate over the last 2 years, we've saved the taxpayers, or you have saved the taxpayers, $152.7 million. That's the top table there. If you look at the bottom table, that is an estimate at the current planning scenario at millage neutral. The additional savings from the FY23 or 2022 tax year rate would be $101 million based on that 2023 tax rate. Any questions on that? All right. All right, now the fun part. We'll get into the FY26 budget policy highlights. I'm going to discuss briefly the priority-based budgeting, operating control lines, capital allocations, mission-critical program enhancements, otherwise known as expanded requests, millage rate policy, employee compensation, health insurance, and finally, we'll talk a little bit about reserves. So first off, priority-based budgeting. We had our workshop last week with Mr. Fabian, who kind of talked about where we're going with this. The recommended policy is to utilize a priority-based budget approach, which will allocate our resources based on strategic importance and impact of individual programs. For year two will involve continued implementation of our cost-saving and revenue-generating program insights and a deeper dive into program processes, utilizing benchmarking of other communities to ensure efficient and cost-effective processes. Any questions on that? All right. General fund and unincorporated area general fund operating control lines. This kind of sets the framework for the departments to build their budget around, and what we're recommending for this year is establishing a control line of 3% for operational increases at the department level, meaning any department that relies on general fund and unincorporated area general fund for dollars would be restricted to a 3% increase for current programs, services, and operating transfers. The second part of our control line is for capital, and the recommendation is to establish a control line of 5% for general fund and unincorporated area general fund capital maintenance transfers. And again, all of this will be subject to prioritization when we bring the budget to you in June for the workshops. That is when we will be going through this and setting the millage rate, which I'll discuss in a minute. Any questions on operating control lines?
Commissioner McDaniel.
Just one quick question. Does this also include the constitutionals with the O&M?
In the scenario, yes. Now again, they will submit their budgets, but in our scenario, yes, we did use those control lines.
I understand.
Any other questions on the control lines? All right, and with those control lines, this chart here depicts the general fund capital allocations. The total allocation there is $67.6 million. This consists of $8 million in debt service, investment and impact fee debt of $2.1 million, countywide capital of $27.2 million, transfers to other capital, that includes like IT and some of our emergency services capital, $8.5 million, transfer to parks of $3.3 million, transfer to the road network of $10.1 million, transfer to stormwater of $3 million, and again, our long-term replacement capital reserve, a transfer for that of $5 million. And we'll have a slide on that at the end of this presentation. Unincorporated area general fund capital allocations, we have a transfer to parks of $4.3 million, a transfer to roads of about $15 million, and a transfer to stormwater capital of $6.2 million for a total of $25.6 million approximately. Moving on to the mission critical program enhancements or the expanded requests, the recommended policy for FY26 for expanded requests will be limited to board approved capital facility openings, priority based service level adjustments, historically strained mission critical imperatives, and new capital projects within the county with final county manager recommendations presented in June. What we'll do with this year is any expanded request coming to the board in June will include the incremental millage rate required and the funding sources for that expanded request. Any questions on the expanded request?
Commissioner Hall.
Historically strained mission-critical imperatives is a mouthful.
It is.
What is it?
Essentially, if we determine something has been historically underfunded, let me just give a hypothetical example. Let's say our parks maintenance was historically underfunded. We can't fit what we're going to do in the 3%. We would come forward with a request that would be above and beyond the 3% outside of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I may, going back to the 3% operational and the 5% capital maintenance increase, I caught myself trying to figure out in my brain, with the 5% proposed increase in taxable value up to the 12 that the state may think, does that cover those terms, or do those not convert into actual dollars?
So the scenario that we built in my office was based on a 5% increase, and that does cover all of that. We ran that scenario with the 5%, and that covers those operating control lines. Now, when you get into these mission critical program enhancements, those were not included in that initial scenario.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question then. If the revenue estimating conference or whatever it is that comes in and tells you what these values are, if it turns out to be 8% or 10%, based on the model you're putting together, the 5%, would that result in a millage rollback? Not necessarily to the rollback millage rate, but would that result in a millage rollback?
Okay, so let me just try to.
If we adopted your numbers.
If it was higher and you adopted that number without any of these mission critical program enhancements or any other addition to reserves, it would result in a lower millage rate than millage neutral. Correct. Any other questions on these?
Oh, you're doing good. Keep going.
All right. Millage rate policy. So the millage rate will be calculated with preliminary taxable value, which we receive in June, and that'll be based on the budget requirements that we bring forth in June as well. Program adjustments or funding alignment will result in changes to that millage rate, or may, I should say, but it probably will. And again, expanded general governmental capital and operating budget proposals will include funding sources and the required incremental millage to move forward with those, and those will be presented in June as well. MSTU millage. For FY 2026, it's suggested that MSTUs be limited to millage rates sufficient to cover current budget year operations and planned capital program allocations. These operational budgets will be determined utilizing pertinent historical information. Again, program adjustments or funding realignment may result in changes to these millage rates as well. Any questions on that at all? All right. Employee compensation. The recommended policy is to appropriate dollars equivalent to 2.5% of base wages to all classifications and 0.5% for pay plan maintenance to strengthen certain targeted classification pay grades where market balance exists. Any questions on this at all? Again, the CPI that we went over last time was 2.8% for year-over-year December.
Sir.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And on that, you've heard me harping for quite some time about the merit pay institution, and I was informed that there's a new term. It's called performance-based bonus pay, and it's something that I would like to see us move towards sooner than later. I perceive it to be very much a team-building effort with regard to potential savings that can be generated by our staff. And so I'd like further exploration in that performance-based bonus pay program, which will do a lot for us as we go forward. To cite, if I may, just to cite a little example, last year we learned that there were credit card fees that were being paid for out of the ratepayers' revenues that were derived from our ratepayers at the water utility, and we were offsetting almost 1.8, almost $2 million a year in credit card fees out of the entire ratepayer base, and that savings now is being accumulated in our ratepayers in the overall water bills. And I think that if somebody that works for the county actually comes forward with an idea and can accumulate a savings for the taxpayers, then bonuses should in fact be paid on some kind of a basis, some kind of a percentage basis.
Right. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to employee health insurance, the recommended policy for FY26, and I know we discussed this kind of in detail last time as well, is a 9% increase to existing rate structure. Additionally, we're monitoring this fund, but there's a potential that we may recommend in June a one-time fund level allocation to the health insurance fund. The 9% will result in bi-monthly non-smoker employee costs increases between $5 and $9 for single coverage and $14 and $21 for family, and smoker increases between $10 and $16 for single and $18 and $19 for family coverage. Again, that's bi-monthly. Any questions on that? All right. Reserves. General fund reserves. We're looking at a floor of 8% of operating revenues, or $50.1 million, and a ceiling of 16%. That's kind of the benchmark, which is $100.2 million for FY26. FY25 budgeted reserves were $77.6 million. This planning scenario puts reserves at around about $2 million at around $79.6 million. Unincorporated area general fund, a target of 8% of operating expenses, or 1 month of expenses, approximately $6.5 million. The FY25 budgeted reserve is $6.2. The planning reserve is right around that $6.5 million mark. Other general governmental funds that receive transfers from the general fund will have reserve size to cover the first month of operations, or until we have the ability to transfer into those funds based on our schedule. Questions on that at all?
I do.
All right.
Commissioner Hall.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Hall?
So if I'm looking at the pie earlier,
Mm-hmm.
our capital reserves were 690-something million, or up there in the 600+ million. So what you're saying is we're going to add 100 million to that 600 million for a total of?
No, we're going to add $2 million to it because those reserves don't get spent. So essentially next year we're going to take the general fund portion of that pie from 77.6 to 79.6. So it'll go up the increment of $2 million, and then the increment in the unincorporated will be about $300,000 based on planning.
Okay, glad I asked.
Now, the other reserves that we'll talk about as well will increase by those amounts as well. So incrementally, though, it won't be an additional 100 million going into reserves. It'll be whatever that increment is year over year. And on that note, I'll talk about some of the other reserves here. The Collier County Water Sewer District user fee reserves are established minimally between 5 and 15% of revenues, with working capital resources set between 45 and 90 days of operation. Solid waste reserves are set to be between 45 and 90 days based on the FY25 operating expenses. And next year, it's recommended that we continue to reestablish the solid waste restricted reserve for disaster response. They have their own reserve for disaster response for the debris mission. Last year, we allocated $7 million into that. The recommendation is to continue to add funding into that reserve as well. Targeted reserves within Growth Management, Building Permit Fund 1013 and Planning Fund 1014 are set to 3 and 9 months of total budget appropriations, respectively. So again, any increase in those reserves will add to that total as well, but they won't be substantial.
Mr. Johnson, let me ask, how much longer do you think you're going to take?
I have one slide left.
Okay, good, because we need to take a court report break, but we'll finish this item.
Okay. And then this is just your countywide capital reserve, the history of this. As you can see, in 23, we reached a peak of $35.8 million. We used that for a lot of that to fund hurricane recovery. Moving forward into this year, we currently have $7.6 million in that reserve. The plan, the planning scenario puts $5 million in there. Again, that's something that we can look at and adjust accordingly and bring to you guys in June. So, any questions on that at all? All right, well, with that, I have a recommendation to adopt the FY26 budget policy, establish the June budget workshop dates of June 19th and June 20th, and September public hearing dates of September 4th and September 18th, and adopt a resolution establishing a deadline of May 1st, 2025 for budget submittals by the Supervisor of Elections, the Sheriff's Office, and the Clerk.
All right, before we take up a motion on that, Mr. Middle, do we have any registered speakers on this item? All right. And you're ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion, if you guys are.
Does anybody need that repeated in terms of what the motion is?
No,
So looking for a motion and a second to...
Mr. Chair, I have some comments.
All right.
And if you wish to take the court reporter break, we can do that, and then I can do the motion and
Let's see if we can
comments
finish up.
afterwards.
Let's see if we can finish up. Are your comments going to be lengthy or?
Depends on whether you have any questions on my comments, sir.
All right, let's see.
Okay. Number one, this 53-page document that was part of our board package is very intense, and I highly recommend that everybody read it if you haven't. It's quite an education. It's my suggestion that prior to the board workshop that we have scheduled in June, that we come back with some analysis on the replacement of the ad valorem contribution to stormwater with a stormwater utility fee. You recall many years ago that I led the charge to put down a stormwater utility fee that was brought forward just because of the inequitableness that transpired around it. And my suggestion is to revisit that with specifics on a non-ad valorem assessment and a commiserate ad valorem reduction so that it's a net neutral for our tax-paying base. I don't want it to be an additional fee associated or increase in taxation. And then number two, I want to put it on record. I am still direly in opposition of a discussion or institution of a franchise fee, which has been talked about ad nauseum since I became a county commissioner, which is an additional tax put upon our tax-paying base based on their electric bill or utility bills. And then number three, at what stage are we going to have some discussions about the level of service requisites that are part of our AUIR that feed into the 5-year CIE?
We'll have that conversation as part of the workshop that we're going to have regarding the AUIR as requested by this board. And also part of that conversation will be addressed when we talk about the impact fees, which is coming to you shortly.
Do you want to wait on the stormwater utility fee until the workshop, or do you want to have a brief discussion now?
It'd probably be better to gauge the board's interest in the stormwater utility, if that's the board's pleasure. It does require intensive consulting effort and cost associated. So if we're going to go down that road, we just want to make sure that the board understands that would involve hiring a consultant, as well as a statutory process that we'll go through to establish that utility.
I think the question would be, if you're going to explore that, we'd have to have final answers. What the fees would be, how they would be applied, the consultant giving their report. We'd have to have that done by June.
Well, it won't be done for this year.
Is that possible? Okay, so we're really talking about next year.
But it doesn't, not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but it does involve hiring a
Understood.
consultant, and
Right.
the price tag, it probably won't be as large as last time, which was nearly $500,000.
Right.
But it's going to be not something that's insubstantial.
So Commissioner Daniel will be looking at that in our next budget cycle.
And that'll be fine.
All right, so we need a motion then to.
I'll then make that motion.
All right.
As is recommended.
We have a motion and do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the recommendation from our staff. Commissioner Hall, do you have any comments? I mean, Commissioner Colwell, do you have any comments to add?
No, sir.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All opposed say nay. That passed unanimously. Let's go ahead and take a break until about 5 minutes to 11. Will that give everybody enough time? All right, we're going to break until 5 minutes to 11.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please take your seats, we'll convene the meeting. Ms. Patterson, we're moving on to 11B.
Yes, sir. Item 11B is a recommendation to provide staff direction pertaining to the Board of County Commissioners' request for modifications to the existing Land Development Code 5.05.15 golf course conversion process to minimize the county's exposure to Burt Harris claims associated with the current codified conversion process. Mr. Michael Bosey, their Division Director for Planning and Zoning, is here to present. Maybe.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. First, I'm going to address the issue or the golf course conversion direction we're seeking from the Board of County Commissioners. But first, I have two items of housekeeping. I did receive and I believe the board received it as well. Mr. Tony Pierce, representing Lakewood Golf Course, objected to any modifications to the current ITC process that's contained within the LDC. And a further clarification from a Mr. Michael Fernandez. He was the project lead on the Evergreens intent to convert process, and he wanted a clarification that that process has been satisfied. They haven't sought a rezone, but they've went through the intent to convert process as required by the Land Development Code. I wanted to get that on the record, as well as the third attachment that was within your executive summary was objections from the Riviera Golf Estates, and I believe you have a number of representatives here as well, that are also objecting to the modifications to the current golf course conversion process. At the end of 2023, the Board of County Commissioners directed staff to provide a clarification to the existing golf course conversion process, stating that we wanted to clarify that the board has discretion to modify the minimum average width with 75 feet for buffers when a golf course is adjacent to a golf course is adjacent to a residential community. Further, the board clarified that based upon Burt Harris claims that had been received related to the golf course conversion process, that the direction to staff was amend the conversion process to make it the most defensible against Burt Harris claims. Well, staff took that direction to heart, and let me see. What staff did was the intent to convert process has a number of prerequisites within it that are above what any other rezoning process would be required. And if we can just leave it on the screen, Troy, that'd be great. And what we said, we had to eliminate the prerequisites that are above and beyond what any other rezoning request would be. Because that separates the golf course conversion from any other rezoning. And that was the trigger for the Burt Harris claims, that this was something that was separate from any other rezoning that you had to go through. And the reductions were pretty dramatic. We also clarified that what the exemptions would be for golf courses, specifically that are zoned that are in an agricultural zoning district that were approved by conditional use. Those should not have to go through. So we provided the cutouts for which golf courses would have to and would not have to go through the conversion process. What we arrived upon was a simple process, and we called it the simple version. Before an application could be submitted, but after a pre-application meeting was held for a golf course conversion, the requirement is the applicant would have to have a neighborhood information meeting prior to the submittal of an application for a rezoning. And that would be, and the thinking behind that, that's to promote some discussion and dialogue between the existing residents and the developer and try to find some areas of compromise, the whole basis of what the golf course conversion process is intended to do. And also we clarified that the greenway would be required, but that the Board of County Commissioners at the end of the day had ultimate ultimate decision-making over whether the deviations could be granted, all the way from the 100-foot greenway buffer that's suggested, all the way down to 0 in case a special circumstance that existed where it seemed like the justification was there. Like I said, that was a pretty dramatic reduction from what the ITC process currently is. We took that to the Planning Commission this year, and the Planning Commission rejected what we had proposed. What the Planning Commission's response was, we felt you've taken too much. They said that you've taken a hatchet to something that really just needed a scalpel. We expressed that the reason why we did that was specifically under the direction to try to make this Burt Harris proof, to try to eliminate the Burt Harris claims related to the golf course conversion process. To show you what the staff was suggesting, we eliminated the stakeholder outreach process. The stakeholder outreach report was eliminated. The compatibility design review was eliminated. The requirement to satisfy the intent to convert process was modified substantially. The requirements to provide a developer's alternative statement was eliminated. The option for the county to purchase the golf course was eliminated. The requirement for multiple conceptual development plans associated with that intent to convert process was eliminated. The requirement for web-based visual preference surveys were required. And finally, the requirement for pre versus post-development stormwater runoff analysis was required, and that is something that would be deferred to at the rezoning. The Planning Commission rejected that, said modify it under these 7 points: eliminate the average greenway width, ensure the intent of the greenway is preserved, eliminate the sole discretion language related to the board eliminating the greenway, clarify that the process only applies to golf courses that are zoned residential rather than residential use. The conversion process can't be utilized for a golf course and be counted as open space. The conversion must meet all federal and state requirements and eliminate the terminology of stakeholder outreach meeting. The direction we received from the Board of County Commissioners was make it as Burt Harris defensible as possible. The direction we received from the Planning Commission was pull back on a lot of these eliminations, but modify it in a certain ways. What we're here to do today is to seek direction from the Board of County Commissioners. When we were discussing this in 2023, there was some discussion from the Board of County Commissioners to eliminate the process altogether. That was never a direction that was provided to us. It was just discussion amongst the Board of County Commissioners itself. So today we are seeking direction from the Board of County Commissioners to either move forward with the simplified version, to go back to the Planning Commission's recommendations, modify it, take those back to the Planning Commission, then ultimately get a recommendation from the Planning Commission, bring that modification back to the Board of County Commissioners, or at the end of the day, the other potential option is the elimination of the golf course conversion process. So that is what we are seeking from the board, and I know that there is a tremendous amount of public here that would like to provide comment. But that's the overview of what staff is seeking to do with the agenda item today.
All right. Let's see if there are any comments or questions from the commission. Commissioner Kowal, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. I've had direct working knowledge because since I came onto the Board of County Commissioners, I inherited the Riviera Golf Estates and, of course, the Lakewood communities where in the past few years, these have been the two areas that have actually come into question with developers wanting to take properties that weren't particularly belong to the individuals that actually live around them, which I found out to the process of being involved in this, that, the county only has about 8 properties or 9 maybe at the most that actually qualify. to where the people who live around the golf courses don't own the golf course. And 2 of those are actually gated communities, where there's a separate LLC owns the golf course within these communities. And we've already had 2 in our recent history that have challenged the ordinance. And the ordinance itself that was put in place and the language, and the whole idea of this whole meeting today is to make it Burt Harris proof. And reality is that even the Riviera Gulf Estates, who've twice had letters of threat to Burt Harris, and nothing's ever come to fruition because I believe that they realized that they didn't have a Burt Harris lawsuit by the end of the day. And where we sit now, Riviera Gulf Estates is basically, it's still a golf course. It's still there. The county has not suffered any loss due to a Burt Harris lawsuit. And the odds of maybe 4 or 5 of these other communities ever even coming to this point, I think are probably none to nil to possibility even get to this point. And I don't know what we're trying to Burt Harris proof if it has never been successfully done as of right now. Now, we can't take consideration the links because that was a misunderstanding and maybe some fault of our own that we assumed that was a golf course property, but it was not. It was deeded agriculture with a golf course use. And that's the only thing the county's ever had to really settle at this point, where this ordinance didn't even apply. It was assumed it applied, but in court and testimony realized it didn't apply. So I don't even know why we're here, to be honest with you, because it's already Burt Harris proof from what I understand. So until it's proven not to be, then maybe that's the reason to look at it. But that's my stance on it, so.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. The way that I understand the golf course conversion, of course, this was done before our time, mine and Commissioner Kowal's. It was to prevent dialogue between the developer and the community. And that was one of the original intents of this. Well, that hasn't worked. And I know that that there's protections built in for the public, which if I ever lived on a golf course, I would want those protections protected by all cost. And I'm not sure that the golf course conversion policy does everything, or it gets it addresses everything that we want it to. So I asked the question, what happens if we just do away with it? What would happen? Then the answer was it would just come back for a regular PUD application process with, the things that all PUDs have to meet. And knowing how I feel, I'll protect the public in these situations. If I ever lived on a golf course, I would want to protect those views. I wouldn't want people, I wouldn't want to see another neighborhood built right in the middle of where I purchased my property. So I guess the protections that the public perceives that they get from the golf course conversion are actually still there. They're there through the PUD process. There's actually stricter water management requirements now, and probably going to get stricter. For anybody that would want to develop an old golf course, they would have to meet those things, and that's a big hurdle to climb. There's also an issue that we got from the county attorney yesterday, where somebody said, that procedurally we need to kick this back to the planning commission for a 5 o'clock meeting.
No, it's different. It's a different item.
That's a different item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I would be a proponent, if it's the will of the board, just to discuss it going away in particular.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I understand you to say that, the ultimate decision, no matter whether there's a golf course conversion ordinance or not, the ultimate decision comes back to the Board of County Commissioners?
That is correct.
Okay. I also wouldn't be opposed to the elimination of the ordinance. I can recall I was here, Commissioner Saunders, you and I were on the board when that was brought forward, and I wasn't in favor of it at the time because I felt there were sufficient protections in place. The understanding, we had 3 golf courses, where the Golden Gate Golf Course was the first one to come about. They had a 99-year deed restriction on it, and a lawyer took it to court and overturned a 99-year deed restriction. Who would have thought that was even possible? But they did it, and we ended up buying that golf course, and they're doing wonderful things with housing and our veterans nursing home and so on. Then of course we have Riviera, and then we have the Lakewood facility. I think if just because of what I know with regard to the restrictions that are in fact there, the processes for a rezone that are requisite for a developer to reutilize a piece of property that has underlying densities that travel along with it, I think, personally, I believe there's sufficient protection within our land development code, within the PUD amendment process and or rezone process necessarily, that we don't have to Burt Harris proof an ordinance because there's no such thing as Burt Harris proof. At the end of the day, if a property owner feels that their underlying property rights have been restricted by a government imposition, they have a right for a Burt Harris claim. And on that note of a Burt Harris claim, I would, from a policy standpoint, like to give direction today that going forward, top line in our board agenda, any Burt Harris claim that comes to the county is brought up at the next available county commission meeting so that we can have an open public discussion with regard to the parameters of the claim itself. It hasn't always happened that way. Our county attorney's office does a good job in notifying the community as to what's in fact going on, but sometimes those notifications haven't come through in what I perceive to be as a public, enough of a public format for us to have a viable discussion as to what our parameters are. And I'm not going to belabor the point and talk about specific subjects, but I would like to see that as a policy going forward with regard to any future Burt Harris claims at all, wherever they come from, whether from this ordinance, if in fact this ordinance stays in place, or any other Burt Harris claims.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I wrote down my comments here, so I don't want to think that that I'm stealing your thunder or copying what you said. The first thing I wrote down is there's no such thing as Burt Harris proof. As Mr. Klatskow has often said, Burt Harris claims happen. We need to be ready for them, and often they have less strength than what the person who's bringing it forward thinks. And so, Mr. Klatskow said before, we should never be afraid of lawsuits. We don't want to welcome them, but at times we need to stand our position. So my position hasn't changed, and I wanted to make sure I got my words correctly. I'm all for protecting the county from frivolous Burt Harris claims, but never at the expense at overly streamlining a process and possibly making communities unnecessarily vulnerable. So that would be, my position, and I think it's been sort of summarized here that if we took these one at a time, I think we have enough authority and enough strength here to take any cases, one by one. And some of the things that I saw, remove this, remove that, remove that, I think that makes us more vulnerable and makes citizens a little bit more nervous. It would to me. So that's my stance.
Okay. I have a couple questions for the county attorney and then a comment as well. Mr. Klatskow, the idea of we need to take some action because we're getting Burt Harris claims. Tell me what claims in terms of this golf course conversion we've had, the results of those claims, and whether we have to be worried about future claims.
The core issue on all these claims is the 100-foot buffer, because you put a 100-foot buffer around a relatively narrow golf course and it makes it undevelopable. So that my office feels that you should simply put a provision in this ordinance that states that the Board of County Commissioners has the discretion to change those buffers. And I think that would pretty much end the issue.
Okay. All right, we changed the buffers on the Golden Gate Golf Course.
Yes, you did, but it's not expressly in the ordinance.
Understood, but we exercise discretion, maybe we didn't have it, but we exercise discretion to do that. So the point of all that is I don't think we need to change this ordinance in any substantial way. And I'm not concerned about a Bert Harris claim from a golf course owner. The ones we've had, I think, have been handled in a very efficient way. Maybe we need to put something in the ordinance dealing with the discretion in terms of the buffer. But other than that, I don't see the need to change this. Now, that's 3 of us that have said that. And so, obviously, there's not a majority here to change the ordinance at this point, unless I'm misreading what Commissioner LaCastro said. Commissioner Kowal, I think that's clearly what you said. And that's where I am. So, we have a lot of people that are registered to speak. Let me ask, just by a show of hands, all of you that are here to speak, are you here to speak in support of keeping the ordinance the way it is? And if you are, just raise your hand. Okay, now if you're here because you want to repeal this ordinance, if you'd raise your hand. All right, so everybody that wants to speak, I'm assuming wants to speak in support of keeping the ordinance as it is. I don't know that we need to conduct a lengthy public hearing to hear all of you say that, if that's what the majority of the board feels at this point. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to let you know, I never mentioned it, but I am the least worried about being sued. That has nothing to do with me. I mean, I could care less about that. I just wanted to make sure that the public was protected, and I didn't know that the golf course conversion. My thoughts are, what if there's a golf course that can deal with the 100-foot buffer, and they can meet all the criteria that we've established? That boom, there's a development right in between everybody. So that was the reason why I was just considering just doing away with the ordinance and presenting it as a PUD application altogether.
All right, Commissioner LaCastro, you're lit up again.
Well, I like how you address the public and ask them to raise their hands. So I would just add, and we do this from time to time, and I think Commissioner Saunders is the one that's done this at a few meetings. So listen to what we're about to do. Sometimes it's better to not say anything if it looks like it's, if you can count noses. I think you got a lot of support up here. So I didn't see one hand get raised who was wanting to change. Did I miss anything? Did we see a hand raised? So, but I think we would all agree citizens are allowed to speak up here. But if it sort of looks like it's going in a certain direction, let us do the will of the people. That's what I would say.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and just to be clear, I'm not in support of this ordinance, but I'm not in opposition of it either. I think there are sufficient protections within our land development code with our rezoning processes and PUD amendment processes to protect the community. Property rights are sacred to me. The developer's property rights and development rights that are underlying in an existing golf course, as well as the homeowners that live around that golf course. I think I shared that example back in the day when this ordinance came forward. I personally had sold 2 homes on the Golden Gate Golf Course. Being a diligent realtor, I'd done the research, saw there was a 99-year deed restriction, shared that with my customers that were buying those homes. And as I said earlier, who would have thunk that you would be able to overturn the 99-year deed restriction? It was done. And so that lesson was in fact learned. So to me, it's irrelevant. Again, I think we have sufficient protection within our existing codes. If it is the will of the board, which it seems to be, that we keep the ordinance as is, then fine, as long as we, by policy, ask that more notification be brought forward with regard to a Bert Harris claim so that we have greater visibility. I think we can overcome a lot of the circumstances that were prevalent in that last one.
Okay. I'm going to ask the county attorney another question before entertain a motion. In terms of the discretion to change the boundary of the buffer, we have exercised that discretion on a golf course that we owned. Assuming that we have that discretion, in the way everything is worded right now, because we've done that ourselves.
You have that discretion, but putting it into the ordinance would, I think, kill Bert Harris claims.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion. We're not gonna entertain a vote on a motion, but I'm gonna make a motion, and we'll have a vote on it if there's a second, to see if there's any public comment. The motion I'm gonna make is that we keep the status quo with the golf course conversion ordinance. However, we ask our staff to go back and take a look at whether or not we need to change some language dealing with the discretion in terms of changing the buffer width. That would be subject of a future public hearing. I'm going to make that motion. We'll see if there's a second. If there is, then I'm going to make another comment about the public comment. So is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion second for folks in the audience that want to speak. I'm going to kind of echo what Commissioner LaCastro said. This is the motion that may pass. If you're okay with that, there's no need to speak, but we're going to go ahead and see if anyone does want to speak on this issue. Mr. Miller.
We have 11 registered speakers. Quite a few have ceded time. Your first speaker is Peter Ozinski, ceded time from Tricia Campbell. Tricia, can you raise your hand as I call these people? Dwight Dillon. He's there. Dillon Hunt. Sorry, handwriting issue. And John Carpenter. And Mr. Ozinski would be followed by Alan Carpenter.
If you want to waive your time, just simply, you can indicate that you're waiving your time.
We're going to pass you. And the question is if you want to speak or not. So
Yeah, the question is, do you want to continue to speak or you'll waive your time? You're in support of the motion? Yes.
Great.
Are you Mr. Ozinski? Yes, sir. Okay. He will be followed by Alan Carpenter. We'll check in with Alan after the speaker.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Good to see you all. My name is Peter Osinski. I serve as the Vice President of the RGE Board of Directors and of the Chairman of the Golf Course Work Group. And I've spoken with you all individually. You're very consistent in your points of view about it, and I totally respect it. I was going to spend part of my presentation setting the whole thing up, but I think between Mr. Bosey and Mr. Kowal, the issue has been framed very well. I just want to give some other insights into it. The golf course conversion regulations were a very thoroughly researched and well-conceived approach to making these conversions less contentious, less litigious, and less damaging to the surrounding community. And when they did it in 2017, they took a lot of experiences from other areas in Florida that went through these difficult things. So these regulations are there for a very good reason. Obviously, you've seen some problems with Bert Harris type claims challenging them, but I think we all agree most of those claims are pretty much resolved. Also, the fact that the conversion regulations were enacted in 2017, there are 8 or 9 particular properties that were subject to them, actually. According to Bert Harris, you have to file intent to claim within a year of the within a year of the offending regulations. You have a couple of them now, but there are no other eligible properties that have filed with an intent to challenge on a Bert Harris basis. So again, somebody asked, why are we here? Is there really a problem? I agree with their sentiment. But there are negative consequences. Keep in mind that the Planning Commission itself, back in August, said that changing the regulations could lead to Bert Harris claims from neighboring landowners. For example, there's 200 homes purchased in Riviera Golf Estate since these regulations were enacted. And I'm one of them, purchased their properties understanding that I was protected by the Greenway and all the other things in in this particular regulation. If changed, homeowners like me could bring Bert Harris claims. It's a two-edged sword. We could say, well, you know, our property value now is decreased, and your own studies have indicated it could be as much as 31% because of the loss of the golf course abutment. So that is something to consider. I think all of the other points that I was going to make are made already. If we're going to, you talked about a scalpel instead of a hatchet. It really boiled down to whether or not you need more clarification as far as your discretion over the greenway size, and there is already precedent that you have that already. So we say don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We say leave the baby as it is, and heartily recommend that. There's no reason to change, and there's also a consideration that you may open a Pandora's box of new Bert Harris suits if you do. But again, I thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate your deliberation. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Alan Carpenter, and he's been seated time from Kimber Perala and Michael Brazil. He's here. And Mr. Carpenter, do you wish to speak still? Okay, you'll waive your time. Your next speaker is Ron Flock. Mr. Flock, are you here? Do you want to speak, sir? Okay, come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. He will be followed by David Bartos. Oh, well, David was actually ceding time. Sorry.
I guess good afternoon, Commissioners, maybe. My name is Ron Flock. I live at 133 Belle Isle Circle in Riviera Golf Estates. And I had a whole thing written up, and what you're doing, I appreciate that. But I just want to point out one thing, and I don't know the facts. I've only lived here. I haven't even been here a year. But you talked about discretion in another golf course on the greenways. And currently it states it's 100-foot average, but not within 75 feet. That little section is what concerns me, that if you can change that mandate minimum is my concern. In the new wording, it says an average of 50 feet. So in my backyard, it can be 5 feet if it's 100 feet down the street. And that's the only thing that really concerns me right now. Thank you for your time.
The other speakers I had were incorrectly filed. They were ceding time as well, so that should do it, sir.
Okay. So we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner McDaniel on the motion.
I'm not going to support the motion. I think we ought to leave it alone. I've already expressed I think we ought to eliminate the ordinance in the first place, but I don't think that a reaction to an adjustment in the setback to theoretically nullify a potential future Bert Harris claim is requisite, and it adds a lot of discontent amongst the folks that had the ordinance and know what the ordinance in fact says. So that's my rationale for not supporting the motion.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Caldwell, I didn't hear what your vote was. Are you in? Oh, okay.
Hold on, I muted myself again. Sorry about that.
Okay.
What
Let me.
was
The motion was to leave things alone, but for staff to come back later on and tell us what we need to do, if anything, in terms of the setback discretion.
So having the discretion, so that would be the only difference other than leaving the rest of it
Well,
alone.
there'd be no changes at all in terms of the ordinance as it exists today. But the county attorney has said that we may need to take a look at that language dealing with the discretion. So I wanted to authorize the chairman, the county attorney to take a look at that. But that would be something that would have to be brought back to us. So nothing would change.
Okay. So I'll vote in favor of your motion.
All right. And Commissioner LaCastro, I didn't hear your vote.
Well, I'm hearing Commissioner McDaniel here trying to.
Well, then, okay. The motion fails because there was only 2 votes in favor of it.
Okay. Very good. And I was down here clicking my button because I
So can I make a motion?
I understood.
Just as soon as Commissioner McDaniel is finished.
I understood.
I'm sorry.
I understood one thing that you said with regard to your motion that I was voting against, and then I heard you say something different when we were talking about actually voting on it. And so I just wanted a point of clarification, but the motion failed, that you, whatever it was that you made, it in fact failed, and we're going to leave the ordinance alone.
We're not finished yet. Commissioner Colwell is.
I understand that for now, though.
But at the moment, Commissioner Colwell, I think you're probably going to make a motion that doesn't have any language about the setback, which I would support.
Yes, Chairman, if that's the way Commissioner McDaniel, and I kind of agree with him too. I mean, I think that's the one thing that sticks in the craw of most of our citizens in these communities. And, it seems like if we just make a motion now and just leave it the way it is and vote on it and put it to bed.
Right. If that's a motion, I'll second it.
That's my motion.
All right, I'll second that.
And the motion was to leave it alone?
Leave it alone. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. All right? So we'll move on.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11C. This is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise and bring back, sorry, I lost my place.
Let me see if I can interrupt for a second. I think we have a lot of people here in reference to the air park. And so why don't we, if you don't mind, if it's okay with the board, why don't we see if we can finish that so we won't have them waiting.
Yep.
So let's move on to item 11D.
Yes, sir. 11D, formerly 16G2, is a recommendation to authorize staff to engage the Federal Aviation Administration and the Florida Department of Transportation to seek guidance and information regarding the potential deactivation of Everglades Air Park as a public airport. This item was moved from the consent agenda by the separate request of all 5 commissioners. Ms. Trinity Scott, your department head for Transportation Management Services, is here to present or answer questions.
Good morning. Sorry, my papers were all over the place. I wasn't expecting to come up so soon. For the record, Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services Department Head. Today, I'm also joined with Darren Hutton, our Director of Operations and Performance Management in TMSD, as well as Bryant Garrett, our Executive Manager for the airports. So today, we are here to request authorization to engage the Federal Aviation Administration and the Florida Department of Transportation to seek information only regarding grantor requirements and obligations associated with our prior acceptance and expenditure of grants for the Everglades Air Park. Some items to consider. For our airports, most of our revenues are generated mainly from fuel sales as well as rent from our facilities. And the Everglades Air Park has operated at a net operating loss for many, many, many years. And we are now facing substantial repairs due to storms and just maintenance. The facility is starting to age. And we wanted to come have a conversation with the board and do some fact-finding so that we can come to the board and bring this to light. You've really challenged us to start thinking about things differently and how we're budgeting and not just looking at programs and just to do business as usual, how we've always done it. And so these are some of those conversations that we want to start being able to look at a little bit differently. The Everglades Air Park is unclassified, therefore right now it is not eligible for annual entitlement grant funding. Based on there's lack of developable land and our runway is short, and opportunities are limited because we're not eligible right now for those annual entitlements with FAA and FDOT because we are unclassified. In the past, we have looked at opportunities to be able to expand some revenue sources such as a seaplane operation back in 2017, and we were unable to do so because Fish and Wildlife had concerns with regard to manatees. Our existing facility, our hangars have been damaged since Hurricane Ian. We're facing about The estimate right now is $1.2 million to repair those hangars. The fuel farm has been inconsistent. Our runway's gone underwater multiple times in the last year. So, and it's saltwater. So all things that are challenges for us within this airport area. Just to give a little oversight of what our summary of our airport operations are. These are the operations. The top line is Marco Island. The second line is Immokalee, and the last one is Everglades. And it last year had 3,569. Going back to pre-Ian, we had 6,644 operations.
Quick, Mr. Chair, just
Commissioner McDaniel.
point of clarification on that previous slide. Are those the trips? Those are the aircraft documented trips in and out of the airport?
Yes, this is based on our electronic
I understand.
system, yes.
You and I talked from a historical standpoint, data, we only started doing the digital calculations.
In 2020.
Yeah, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, so, okay, thank you.
Our net operating, just as I said, to give comparison of our entire system, last year for fiscal year 24 was $2.5 million in profits for the Marco Airport, $130,000 for Immokalee Airport, which we've had a lot of conversations about Immokalee Airport. We have a lot of developable land in that area, and we're working through an ITN process on that. And the Everglades Air Park last year was at a $150,000 deficit. So what we're asking is, many of these things are things that we can just do within our own area. So public engagement input from our Aviation Commission and reviewing our rates and charges and trying to look at some different revenue opportunities. The Resource X report did point out grants, which we've already discussed grants and some of our limitations with regard to grants, and also our rates and charges, which we do update on an annual basis. We like to bring back a report regarding the repairs necessary to operate the airport. So that's the hangars, which, as I noted, right now the estimate is $1.2 million. We were getting ready to put that out to bid. Our FBO is about 30 years old. It did sustain some damage from the storm, but we were able to get some repairs made by facilities. But certainly it's an aging facility as well, and we'll need some significant modifications over time. And we are continuing to work on our fuel farm. In fact, I was just told we just had electricians out there last week. It's just a challenge. But what we're asking today is for you to authorize our discussions and information gathering with FAA and FDOT with regard to that prior acceptance of grant. And then we'll be seeking further direction at a future board meeting based on the information that we've received. So bringing all of this back and really having a good conversation about the air park altogether. So just to sum it up, our recommendation is authorize us to engage in those conversations to do for fact-finding as it relates to our grant obligations and assurances, and request us to bring that information along with lots of other information that we're gathering as well back to the board for a future discussion.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. See, I like this recommendation. The reason I pulled this, and maybe it was just poor wording, and I mentioned that to Ms. Patterson, but I think you got to take some baby steps. So I'm always for a study to give us more information and bring us the pros and the cons and maybe some ideas. But what I didn't like in the agenda is it sounded like it was taking a leap and saying, do a study for potential deactivation. I don't know if I'm going to potential deactivate it. The study might come back and say, you know what, you can turn that $150,000 around if you make an investment in the fuel, if you fix this, if you fix that. It might not. So I don't have a crystal ball. So I think a study is a great idea to analyze any business. You know, it's like you said, we've challenged the staff to take a look at things and make sure we're not just writing checks or patting ourselves on the back for something that either needs repairs and needs investment, or it's a sucking chest wound and it's ridiculous to just keep doing business the way we've done, and it's not as advantageous to sort of keep it going. But I personally don't know what that answer is until there's a study. What you've written here is more what I would have liked to see. So I'm all for this recommendation, which is get the FAA out here. let's get a third party who's an expert in air parks, airports, landing strips to tell us the pros and the cons, give us their recommendations. Maybe there's something we haven't thought about. Then we'll decide, if we should lean towards deactivation or improvement of that area and bring it up to speed. And not every air park's a cash cow. When you show the three, we lose money on plenty of things that provide a service. And so when we have 3 locations and, the one in my district makes, over $2 million, one of the things that the report might say is, when you add them all together, the total is keeping everything sort of, and you also have the advantage of an air park in a place like an Everglades City that is a little bit out of the way, and there could be some advantages there. So I think, what I was prepared to do today is just vote on the study, and then let's see what it says, and that's it. And not take that leap of, well, we assume the study is going to say close it down. And I think that's what got a lot of citizens nervous, because it sounded like it was already a predetermined but you've written it much better, Trinity.
Yes, and it's not about whether or not to decommission the airport, but there are financial obligations if ultimately that's what the board wanted to do. And that's going to be a lengthy process to even find out what that number might be through FAA. And that's why we want to talk to them, so that you have all the cards on the table and the board can make the decision that they want to make.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I'm confused, Trinity, because the airport's unofficial and not available for grant funding, but then there's going to be financial circumstances if this thing goes away. I didn't understand the difference there. And then the other question I had, as far as operational count, this electronic, the way the electronic count works, could somebody doing stop and goes 10 times a day, could that count as 10 operations?
Yes.
So the answer to the last question is yes.
Okay.
And with regard to your first question about the funding aspects, so because we have accepted federal grants and state grants and used them on the airport,
okay.
if, once we bring back all of this information to the board, if the board said, you know what, we want to decommission that airport, there may be some financial obligations as far as paying back a portion of those grants or all of those grants. We don't know that answer unless we go talk to FAA and FDOT. And so that is the conversation, because that is very key to what your decision-making might be in the future. But I can't give you that number today.
Okay, and then lastly, if the study does come back and the board does make a decision, I mean, I'm a pilot, so airports are precious to me. But there's also another one 20 miles away. And with the slowest flying aircraft out there, that's a 10 or 12 minute flight difference to land in Marco versus the Everglades. If I want to go to the Everglades and the closest airport is Marco, I'll fly into Marco and get a car to go over there. I don't think that's going to deter. If you want to go to Everglades City, you're going to Everglades City no matter how you get there, whether you drive or whether you fly and land there. So what are the plans with this property? It's been said in an email that we have the desire to develop it, and I wrote them back and I said, you're grossly mistaken. We have no desire. I didn't even know this was coming up. But what are the plans, or has there been plans talked about with this property?
That would be a decision by the board in the future. So we would, essentially, this is, when I'm looking at across my operations, I have something that is consistently coming up in the negative every single year. We have hired an airport manager who has decades of experience with running airports and making airports profitable. So we want to analyze this airport as much as we can and bring all that information back to the board. If the board decides that they want to decommission it, that would be a Board of County Commissioners and as the airport authority decision in what they would do in the future with that property.
Okay, great. Well, I'm in total concurrence with Commissioner LaCastro on just voting for the study. Just get the information. I think we're capable of making a great decision, and but without that information, we're not capable of that. So, thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And as a point of clarification, and maybe I misunderstood you, and we have to ask permission to decommission the airport, correct? We have to ask permission to do that.
If the board decides that in the future,
The board
yes, we will
chooses to
have
do that.
to
So in the
do so.
process of in the process of this study, to look at our trips, look at our fuel sales, look at the expenses associated with the repairs and ongoing maintenance, we also have to, as a portion of the overall decision, have to ask permission, because it could be like a total non-starter if we're told by the FAA that we can't do it. And so asking that, and that's what bubbled up in the actual agenda item, was the deactivation or decommissioning of the facility. We have to ask that permission as a portion of, I think we need to ask that question so that when we come back with the data, we have permission to or not, if we choose to, and then we look at the data associated with this operations to go forward.
We will not be making a formal request of that, but we will, in our conversations with them, it would be, if the board were to, is it something that they would even be interested in? Because you're right, they could come back and tell us it's a hard no, or they could come back and say, if the board was interested, these are what your financial obligations may or may not be. So this is just fact-finding at this point, nothing definitive. It is, like I said, just so we can give you all of the cards to be able to make an informed decision in the future.
And so therefore then, I think that's where it got misconstrued, that we were going to close it down and do all these other things. And so doing the study is where we're at. Mr. Chair, after the public comment, and there are several.
I got some other commissioners that want to.
I have other comments as well.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you answered some of my questions through Commissioner Hall with the coming down to the FAA and FDOT, because there's a chance that even if, let's say, everything aligned and for whatever reason we wanted to close this airport, we'd still, there may be a financial burden that we'd have to pay back, but we don't know exactly what that is because we have accepted money in the past. That's correct, right?
That is correct. Typically, when you accept grant funds, that there is a time frame that's associated with that. And so if, those facilities were no longer used for that use, then the grantor agency could seek a partial or full reimbursement of those funds.
So the possibility that we may have to pay money back to them could almost be just as much as what we possibly could invest in. I just preference this, and somebody else can correct me, but from what I understand, for airports to make profits, typically on fuel cells and rental space, those are the two big drivers. And it seems like those are the two things that have been in disrepair recently. So they could be showing why our numbers of profitability could be off a little bit, because those are the two drivers of profit, is fuel cells and rental of space. And if our T hangers aren't up to snuff, we can't rent them. And if our fuel cells aren't working, we can't sell fuel. And in reality, I think we only fell off the mark this year, right? Did we qualify to be recognized? I don't know that exact acronym, but I think it's like 5,000 operations keeps us recognized. Is that right?
I think it's also about based aircraft, which we have not had since at least Hurricane Ian and possibly prior to that, because the hangars did sustain damage in Irma as well and were repaired. And then they've been damaged since Ian. And also with regard to the loss, you're correct in the loss right now of $150,000. And going back to pre-Ian, we were at about negative $60,000, give or take, during that time frame.
Okay, so even when we were in an operational that was sufficient to be recognized, we still had a little bit of a loss.
Correct.
In operation.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry. What was your last statement, Jimmy?
I just said correct, that you're correct in that statement.
Oh, okay. I thought you said current. I'm sorry. All right. No, I'm all about, like I said, it was amazing how many calls and emails I got on this when it hit the newspapers. But yeah, I mean, everybody jumps the gun sometimes and they assume we're already shutting something down. But I think this is a step in the right direction for us to actually find out fact, and facts help us make good, conscious decisions. So I support what we're doing here today. So.
And And just for some clarification, Ms. Scott, the recommendation is to authorize staff to engage with the FAA and the DOT for fact-finding as it relates to grant obligations and assurances. I support doing a study, but I'd like for the study to emphasize not that, but emphasize what needs to be done to make this the airport usable again the way it was prior to Hurricane Irma, and that would require, an upgrade obviously to the fuel sales and then the hangar situation. So for me, it's kind of important that if there's going to be a study, I have no problem with engaging with the FAA to find out what our obligations would be if at some point in time the airport was closed. But I think the emphasis of the study shouldn't be what you've got here, but should be what do we do to keep that open? What would that cost? What would be the investment? And oh, by the way, here's what the FAA says in terms of our obligations if we can't keep this open. So I think it's important in terms of, from my perspective, I'd like to see this airport stay open. But if it turns out that because of the fuel sales cost to repair that and the T hangars and that sort of thing, that it's just impossible, that's a whole different ballgame. But so emphasis on the study is important to me. No one else is lit up. Let's go to the public comment.
We have 15 registered speakers, some here in person, some on Zoom. I'm going to ask the speakers to queue up at both podiums in the interest of time. Your first speaker is Stacy Heaton. She'll be followed by Harry, I think this says Hinkle. And Stacy has been seated 3 additional minutes from Michael Dowell. Michael, he is here. Stacy, you will have 6 minutes.
Thank you and good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Last evening, you guys should have received a copy of a letter, and I'm pretty much just going to read out loud into the record so that also the folks that are watching online and here can hear some of the things that I have expressed to you guys in previous meetings. So again, my name is Stacy Heaton. I serve as the Southern Regional Manager for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. We represent hundreds of thousands of pilots and aircraft owners in the U.S. and around the world. Our members are the backbone of the general aviation industry, and we oppose any efforts to study the closure of Everglades Air Park. Firstly, I want to express what is general aviation for those that might not be fully understanding it. So when the general public hears the word airport, they typically think of airports with airline service. It's important to know that there are over 5,000 public use airports across the United States, and air carriers actually operate at less than 10% of those airports. The remaining public use airports support general aviation operations, including smaller aircraft largely conducted by individuals, small and medium businesses, and government agencies. General aviation, by definition, is all aviation operations except for those that are conducted by air carrier and the military. Many individuals underestimate the value of the critical infrastructure of general aviation airports until it's too late. General aviation is a form of transportation to get people and cargo from one point to another when other transportation paths are challenging. A way to increase business efficiencies of both government agencies and companies. A way to connect the world with smaller or more remote communities that would otherwise be forgotten. A way to protect life and property. A way to move special cargo like injured wildlife and sick passengers. A way to ensure rescue and recovery operations are successful. A way to open the minds of youngsters to a future with STEM technology. A way to deliver critical parts and personnel just in time. The only path to train air carrier pilots who fly you to your vacation destinations and deliver your Amazon packages and more. During COVID, general aviation moved critically needed supplies to all sized communities. During the last hurricane season, when North Carolina was inundated with flooding and landslides, which knocked out the roads, the only way to get water and supplies was through general aviation airports. The recent California wildfires were mitigated through the use of community airports and would have been significantly worse if those airports were not there to support fire missions and evacuations. So beyond what general aviation is today, I want to turn your attention to the future. The state of Florida is paying particular attention to the development of advanced air mobility and what it means for citizens and businesses in the state. General aviation airports, like Everglades Air Park, will play a significant role in AAM. A NASA study identified the infrastructure needed to support AAM, and general aviation airports are a key to that solution, benefiting the communities in which they are located. Now, I did mention that I took a survey to take the pulse of my folks, of our members, so I'm going to share a little bit about that. When we heard the plan to close the airport, I surveyed Florida members seeking their thoughts of the airport. At this date, nearly 3,500 pilots completed the survey with over 1,100 specific stories and comments about what Everglades Air Park means to them. And it's obvious in the comments that the air park has deep significance for pilots, tourism, and the local community. Emphasis was placed on historical value, its roles as a convenient waypoint for flights to and from the Florida Keys, and its importance for pilot training, especially in less crowded airspace. The airport provides crucial access to emergencies and enhances safety during flight training over water. Everglades Air Park is the only airport at the crossroads of alligators and pythons and overwater operations, and remains vital to the safe operations of aviation. Another key takeaway was that nearly 2,500 pilots indicated that they would fly into Everglades Air Park, either more or for the first time, if fuel was available and more reliable. The air park contributes to local tourism by attracting visitors to the restaurants, museums, boat tours industry, the bike paths in Everglades City, and more. It is a hub of events for items such as the Seafood Festival. Locals are against the potential redevelopment of the airport, which could harm the community, the environment, and its unique character and landscape. Overall, between the pilot survey and the community members, which you'll hear from some today, there is a strong sentiment in favor of keeping the air park open, emphasizing its multifaceted value to both the aviation community and the local economy. Now, I'm going to skip a little over the financial and the grant issues, but rest assured that because it's an unclassified airport, it does not have one foot in the grave. There are 14 airports across the United States within the last 2 years that were raised to higher levels because they were able to figure out a way to get that based aircraft number. That they say it's the magic number of 10. You have 8 T-hangars out there and 2 tie-downs. So clearly you guys were working for that minimum to maintain the entitlements, but you can't get those annual entitlements at an unclassified. So beyond the financial, I urge the commission to direct staff not to study the closure. Sir, as Mr. Saunders, as you had indicated, we need to look at this at all the benefits too. So direct staff to not just study the closure, but to create an ad hoc committee to drive improvement ideas to the table for evaluation. AOPA members are prepared to share their time to participate. Too often, public input, as noted in the original executive summary, is simply too little too late. And active engagement is really what we need to see. So in closing, I'm asking you to make every effort to preserve and enhance the airport. There are better benefits than just the bottom line. So again, we do not want you to focus on closing it. We do not even want you to ask the question of the FAA to see what it would close, because that then means to us that you are only looking at the bottom line. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Harry Hinkle. He'll be followed by Michael Sherman.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hold your applause. We're here to just hear facts, and the applause doesn't help anything.
Hi there. My name is Harry Hinkle. I'm doing a favor representing a little bit Everglades City. Tried to give each of you guys a letter from the mayor and signed letter from each of the county city council members. I first learned about this through Craig Woodward, a local retired attorney down in Everglades City. It's a small town down there. Every piece of it matters to our economy. You take this airport from that community, you're kind of driving a little nail into it. We're the last of the old Florida towns, one of the few left. Pull the airport out, start considering what to do with the land. Bill McDaniel kept repeating to me that it's a valuable piece of land. That's not the way to look at the airport. It's a valuable asset to the community as it is. Please don't. Remember, you guys, you're elected officials. You're here for the will of the people. The will of that town is to keep this airport alive. So please consider that, and I don't want to hold your time up. please read those letters. Your attorney said it would have been nice for me to have gotten these letters to you sooner. We didn't know about this soon enough to get these letters to you. Our town meeting was the 4th. We've been under stress trying to get as many people. This lady, Patty Huff, when she comes up, she'll tell you, we've gotten a lot of people to sign a petition. And Bill, if you're so in favor of doing studies and finding out what to do with the airport, the Lions Club has a turkey shoot down there, and look, we're looking for a target.
Oh, quit.
Wow. Anyway, I thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Your next speaker is Michael Sherman, and he will be followed by Patty Huff.
If I didn't know Harry better, I'd consider that a threat.
I can say good afternoon now, Commissioners. It's 12 o'clock. As he said, I'm Michael Sherman. I'm a former U.S. Navy pilot and a retired Delta Airlines captain. I now fly in general aviation, my single-engine airplane. So the Everglades Air Park was very important to me about a year ago when myself, my wife, my son, and his fiancée were flying down to Key West. I had a rough-running engine about 15 miles southeast of Everglades, and the airplane started shaking, the engine overheated. I reduced power immediately, it improved. I made an immediate turn to the left to go back to Everglades because I knew that's where it was. I was trained both in the Navy and at Delta to always know where your best field is for landing. Called Miami's Air Traffic Control Center. They suggested, well, Marco Island Airport's another 20 miles. I said, we may not have 20 miles to make it, so I stuck with Everglades. I stayed up high until I got over the airfield, and then I started a rapid descent to land safely on that brand new runway they have there. So that was, I feel like it could have been a lifesaver for us that day. I got great support when I got there from the manager. He called Miami and told him we were safely on the ground. And the mechanic there, George, helped me figure out what the problem was with the plane. And we lived to see another day. The only other comment I want to make, not related to that, is that you're talking about the fuel and the hangars. Yes, we need all that. But the third thing is, you know, it's about a half mile to a mile to get anywhere in Everglades into the town for a restaurant, for the $100 hamburger. Have bicycles. I know they've had bicycles in the past, but when you read the comments on ForeFlight from other pilots who fly into these airports, sometimes the bikes are available, sometimes they're not. It's the same thing with the fuel, but we already talked about that. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Your next speaker is Patty Huff, and she will be followed by Dwight Bowden.
Thank you for the opportunity for to allow me to speak today. I appreciate that. I'm going to give you a different perspective on this, and then I wanted to comment on some of the comments that have been made. You know, it was 100 years ago that Baron Gift Collier discovered something really special in Southwest Florida, and he created a city in the middle of a swamp. And he had a vision for our town. He saw the potential for a vibrant community, and he provided the infrastructure for the city to thrive. He opened a bank building in 1923. It was the first bank of Collier County and the only bank of Collier County for 26 years until Naples was established as a city in 1949. He opened up a hospital with doctors, nurses, and even dental facilities. He expanded the train service from Deep Lake to Everglades City in 1928. He provided a streetcar for local transportation and a bus line, the Tamiami Trailways, for public transportation to Naples and Fort Myers. That was in 1922. Since the county seat was moved to Naples in 1962, things have changed a lot. We've lost a lot of our infrastructure. The airport was built in the 1940s by the Collier family, and it was approximately 20 years before the county seat was moved. But once the county seat was moved, the bank charter moved the bank's charter was moved to Immokalee in 1962. The hospital closed in 1964, and we still do not have any public transportation. Our infrastructure has been no longer exists, really. We're basically going backwards. And all during that time that Everglades City was the county seat, all of the people in Naples, Marco, and Immokalee, they had to come to Everglades City. So if you can imagine what it was like for those years between 1923 and 1962, where everyone had to go there to the county commissioner meetings, go there to do any of their banking. They didn't have online banking. So there were a lot of services that people are coming from here to go to Everglades City. So we do the same thing now. We drive here, and that's fine, but we don't want to lose our infrastructure. I wanted to comment on a couple of things that people said. One reason, is my time up?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay. Do you want me to say anything more?
Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, I'll just wrap up real quick. When COVID struck, we lost some of our pilots that were doing air service there. John App was one of them. They were taking people up on rides. So one reason our numbers are down is because during that time period, John and Chuck decided not to come back. So people have talked about bringing back the pancake breakfast in the mornings every once a month, and that would help. I got a call this morning that someone wanted to fly into Everglades City, but wanted to make sure they had transportation.
We're going to need you to wrap.
So, okay, and that's it. I just wanted to thank you for looking at it in a positive light, and I want us to try to bring back Baron Collier's vision. So thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Dwight Bowden. He'll be followed by Paul Sims. Just a reminder, speakers, you'll hear a single beep at 30 seconds remaining.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwight Bowden, and I'm here to support the AOPA position that the county commissioners or the airport authority not approach the FAA, but rather that perhaps you can follow the lead of the Northeast Ohio Regional Airport, of which I've been a member of for probably 18 years, been a president for a majority of that period. We were not dissimilar to Everglades from the standpoint that, we had bad pavement, fuel farm issues, hangar issues. We had a wastewater treatment plant that no one actually knew who owned and was not permitted. And we also had the referenced minimum of 10 based aircraft, which made us a local airport, basic actually. And back in 2012, with private support, we created both a marketing and business plan. And that was put together by R.A. Wiedemann and Associates, and that is public domain, and I'd be pleased to share that with everyone, interested parties. You have to have the plan before you go pushing the panic button. And going back to the comments about the significance of infrastructure, our issue we were trying to address is we had Spire Institute, which was a sports complex that was being built for about $90 million. And it was similar to International Management Group's facility up in Sarasota. And we wanted to make sure that the airport was there as a jet-capable facility to service their clients. Stacy is exactly correct about this advanced air mobility component. This is going to be huge. Northeast Ohio Regional is involved in a Appalachian Regional Commission study, making sure that we have the infrastructure, i.e. electrical grid, to support advanced air mobility. In terms of finances, our current, for 2025, our projected deficit is $518,000. And of that, the county has offered us an allocation of $330,000, and the balance historically has been funded by both private donations, which has led us to basically a mix of revenues of 30% private, 60% grants, and 10% county allocation. So to make money on hangar rents and fuel is very, very difficult. So, but the infrastructure is still there. It serves a broader need, and that's what I think you should support. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Paul Sims. He'll be followed on Zoom by Dale Schoeneman.
Yes, hi. I'm a pilot and have a house in Everglades City. Actually, aviation has been my career in the Air Force and airlines, and small airplanes. And actually, about 15 years ago, my wife and I, on a flight from our home in Central Florida, someone mentioned that there's seafood down in a place called Everglades City. And so we flew down, had a great dinner, and also bought a house. We kind of fell in love with the area, in fact. Thought we were just buying it for our grandkids to use and kids. I have 2 grandkids, too, that are pilots, and they use the airplane also that I have now, a Cessna 177, to fly from the Auburndale area down to Everglades. I disagree with one thing you said there, Chris, and that is that if someone was coming down to Everglades and Everglades is not there, they would just fly into Marco and take a car over. We would have never come down to go to Marco and then over to Everglades City unless Everglades City Airport had been open. It's a unique place. For a pilot, the small airport is nice. The short runway is very nice. You mentioned one thing over there on touch and goes. Unless there's a sensor that measures touch and goes, is there? There is? How you get it? Okay. Well, that's good, because I was going to say, I know a lot of the training schools around use the airport, and on weekends, of course, nobody's at the airport. It's just during the week. But, the one main thing that I think should be a reason to keep the airport open, in case of a disaster, you got one road into Everglades City. And if that shuts down, you're cut off. That's it. And the airport out there would be the only means of bringing supplies in or taking people out. So I think that should be a very much a consideration of what you're looking at if you're thinking about anywhere downstream shutting the airport down. But Everglades City is a treasure, and we felt very deeply about it. Pilots in general that use the airport, they would say the same thing. Leave it to be.
Mr. Chair, the rest of our speakers are on Zoom. Your first speaker on Zoom is Dale Schoeneman, and he will be followed by Dirk Leeward. Mr. Schoeneman, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do so at this time. Little delay on our end on the Zoom line here. Mr. Schoeneman, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself. There it is. If you'll do so at this time, sir. Mr. Schoeneman, you have to unmute on your end. Little microphone icon on your screen. All right, let's move on. We'll move on to our next speaker on Zoom, Dirk Leeward. Mr. Leeward, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And there you are. Mr. Leeward, you have 3 minutes.
This is Dirk Leeward. I am not going to take my whole 3 minutes, but I just wanted to support the AOPA's position of that we, instead of going to the FAA and asking them in the state of Florida and asking them what it would cost you to shut down the airport, I think that it would be a much better tack to get a committee of interested persons and work it that way first. And then if for some reason the board after that does want to look at the cost of closing down the airport, then that would be the time to approach the FAA and the state. I also want to say that my family has been to Everglades City before, and we were planning a trip in a couple weeks down there to with about typically it's 50 to 75 other pilots and airplanes for lunch. And I think that's a big plus for the community from a tourism standpoint. And I think it would be send the wrong message to your community to be thinking about closing it down. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Catherine Sly, and she will be followed by Patrick Carr. Catherine, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself. There, you've unmuted. Catherine, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much to all of the commissioners for taking the time to listen to all of us today. It really means a lot. As it said, my name is Catherine Sly. I'm a pilot, as well. I've been a pilot for about 17 years. I'm currently based in Palm Beach County, but regularly enjoy flying into Everglades City, spending some time there at the Seafood Festival, just going for the $100 hamburger. It's a truly exceptionally wonderful airport. It has also been a waypoint for me coming out of the Keys one time in a bonanza where we had some severely bad weather that popped up. And it ended up being a diversion point for us that we think, really contributed to our safety that day. But in addition to flying in South Florida, I also happen to be based out of a little airport up north called the East Hampton Airport. I'm the president of the Aviation Association up there with over 60 pilots in our group. If you're not familiar with it, which I'm sure you might be, I strongly encourage you to look up and research the saga of the East Hampton Airport over the past decade and its board's attempts to close its airport. The town board decided that it wanted to close the local airport and sell off that valuable land or redevelop that valuable land based on what the developers told them and based on what a pair of attorneys, who you might be familiar with as well, out of California and Colorado. They're the same two attorneys I know in the past who have advised this board on other matters involving airports. Those same two attorneys who have made a career out of attempting and failing to close airports around the country at the expense of boards and the taxpayers in those communities. In East Hampton, where I'm also based, they spent over $20 million in legal fees, paying the attorneys attempting to close the airport, only to fail in all levels, at all courts, state and federal, all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. You don't want to follow in their footsteps. I think what I've heard today has been incredibly enheartening to listen to what you have each said. You guys have all been, have quickly grasped the importance of keeping this airport and not coming from the aspect of, well, we want to close it, let's see how best we can go about closing it. And instead flipping that around and going, wait, we want to keep it open, how do we best keep it open? And I can tell you from my experience in being in East Hampton, the difference in what I'm seeing from this board here today and from our own board up in New York. So I would just encourage you to continue that line. If you are considering, reevaluating this airport, do the research to determine, what does it take to keep it open? What can you do to improve it? What can you do to bring more aviation to it? What can you do to help out this airport rather than just shut it down? I've seen firsthand what happens when a board puts money in the siren songs of developers' promises before the needs and desires of their actual community that they are dedicated to serve. And I don't want to see that happen here.
Yeah, if you could wrap up.
Certainly. I would just ask, don't close the Everglades Airport, improve it, fix it. Don't put, the benefit, a bottom line before the benefits that this airport, which we all know what they are, do for this community. So again, just take your time. Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Ray Schooley, and he will be followed by Stephen Foltz.
Yeah. Chairman.
Oh, Commissioner Kowal, I think, wants to interject at this point, Commissioner Saunders.
Commissioner
If you'll stand by, Mr. Schooley.
Chairman, if it's okay, I just want to clarify that the last speaker, I just don't want the public or the people in the room or the community out there might be watching this on TV. I don't want them to be confusing us with the mayor and the city council that has hired the services of those attorneys in California. This board, as far as I know, has never hired the services of those attorneys in California to shut down an airport.
I thought she was talking about the Naples Airport Authority.
Yeah, that's what she is. She was referring to that.
No, I think it was pretty clear, but I'm glad you clarified that. It's not us hiring those folks.
All right, back on Zoom, Ray Schooley, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, good job with my name. Most people mess it up. Thanks all the commissioners for moving this into a discussion. It shows you care. I'd also like to acknowledge that the Everglades Air Park is located in the District Commissioner 5. And I recognize that there are usually, there's a deference to that district commissioner. But since this is really a countywide and even a regional issue, that's why I'm speaking in front of you today. I strongly recommend The commission forming a ad hoc committee composed of local residents and airport users to explore ways to improve the airport rather than focusing efforts on its closure. I know that there's one gentleman in Everglades City now that will bring rental golf carts out to the airport to wait for you. And you rent the golf carts, you can drive anywhere on the island you want to. I know that that airport contributes $2 million to the local economy, and it serves as a valuable resource for the pilot community. Personally, I fly to Everglades City about 4 times a month. I like the dining and the shopping and National Park. There is no way I will fly to Marco Island, rent a car, take a 50-minute car ride down to Everglades City. If I'm in Marco Island, I would probably rent a car and drive onto the island itself. So I kind of agree, but I don't agree that I'm going to drive an hour. That's a 2-hour out and back trip with a car rental when I can just land like I do 4 times a month to eat in Everglades City. The consideration of repurposing the airport, I want you to also consider that demolishing the air park and building a marina could conflict with the Collier County Manatee Protection Plan and that same area around the airports and the critical habitat for the endangered small-toothed sawfish. And yeah, the airport's got a little bit of neglect. The infrastructure and the ability to have hangars and tie downs and the fuel service, it's usually a credit card issue with the fuel service. A lot of times I do go to Marco Island to get fuel only to return back to Everglades City. And that's also an irritating thing to do to visit Everglades City. So there's a brand new runway and taxiway at Everglades City. It would be a shame to just go ahead and, tear that up. You need to mitigate whatever type of floodwaters are damaging the hangars by building them so that they can get wet after a tropical event. There are ways to increase the operations, so bringing in more revenue and patrons. That committee that I was talking about, come up with a business and marketing plan to bring the airport into profitability. It's also going to help the local communities. So please, I urge you to consider the needs of the residents, the tourists, the seasonal visitors, the national park employees, all the emergency responders, the humanitarian and volunteers who rely on this airport. Additionally, its presence will support the newly remodeled
Ray,
opening at the end of the year Marjorie Stoneham Douglas Visitor Center
Ray,
and a
Ray,
new
you're gonna need
operations center.
Ray, you're gonna need to wrap up.
Yes.
Your time's up.
I did.
Okay.
You have 2 new centers, the Visitor
All right,
Center for the
thank you.
Everglades and the Fire Operations.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is
Commissioner
Stephen
Kennedy.
Foltz. I'm sorry, hold on.
I just want to be first when they're done.
Okay.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Stephen Foltz, and he will be followed by Lori Arias. Stephen, I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Commissioners, good afternoon. I very much appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns and opposition to even consider decommissioning the airport. I do acknowledge and understand the challenges facing X-Ray 01. Normally when solving a problem, I seek any and all solutions. In this very rare case, and especially in light of the revolution currently underway with the future of transportation in Florida, I very respectfully request the focus shift from decommissioning the airport to education related to AAM, or Advanced Air Mobility. It's been mentioned previously. AAM has multiple facets, including support of drive-fly technology, which now exists and is being implemented worldwide. As a matter of fact, FDOT Aviation recently sent multiple emails that all of you should have received. They read in part, and I quote, "The Florida Department of Transportation Aviation Office, FDOT, is pleased to announce local government training for advanced air mobility, AAM. Florida has been a global leader in the planning and integration of this new form of transportation into our multimodal transportation system. Please see the email invitation below that was sent to all local government planning staff and elected officials on February 5, 2025. This invitation is to invite these officials to the statewide AAM training. All public use airports are also invited to participate in the local training sessions. Please encourage the cities, towns, villages, counties, and applicable stakeholders that you work with to participate in the training closest to them. It is our goal to provide as many local governments with this valuable information and engage them on the statewide efforts to safely integrate AAM into our aviation system, end quote. There is simply no way for me to explain AAM in 3 minutes. But I am extremely confident, though, that once AAM is understood, especially with respect to the drive-fly technology, and I'm going to reiterate the drive-fly technology for this particular airport, that this board will embrace the Everglades City Air Park and authorize the hard work needed to recover and make resilient this extremely valuable county asset. Lastly, it's my understanding, and I may be wrong, but for decades, an airport advisory board existed. I believe Ordinance 2013-54 abolished the airport advisory board. I would like to request the consideration you be given to potentially reinstate the airport advisory board in some form or fashion compliant with the special dependent district. Additionally, the AAM technology that we're talking about with respect to dry fly, there is no need for fuel. There is no need for hangars. There is no need for additional parking at the airport, and short runways are actually preferred.
Steve,
So
you got,
the future.
Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Your next speaker is Lori Arias, and she will be followed by Stuart Grant. Lori, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I see, well, you have not done that yet. Miss Arias, there you go. You have 3 minutes, Lori. Laura.
Hi, Board of Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us today. I wanted to reiterate and question a few things at the beginning of this agenda matter. The woman who presented suggested there were so few fly-ins over the course of the last year, but like Mr. Schooley, I apologize if I butchered your last name, also pointed out that the airport underwent a renovation during that year. So there was not a lot of fly-ins, predominantly because the airport was closed. As an aviator myself, someone who joined aviation much later in my life, becoming a pilot at 49 years old, I made over 200 landings at TNT before my instructor was like, "You're ready to land at Everglades City." Given the recent events, especially in the FAA and governing the way we fly in, the way we fly out, young aviators need air parks like Everglades City. It makes pilots who would otherwise be exposed to that kind of a runway only in simulations. I happened to be standing in a tower when Sully landed on Hudson. I watched that, and every single person walked off that aircraft, not because he trained in a sim, not because he had hundreds of hours in that aircraft, but because he flew gliders, because he had experience beyond the commercial agency for which he worked. Everyone knows in aviation training is everything. Everglades City gives us the opportunity to land on a relatively short runway with water on both sides. It's psychologically intimidating, but I can tell you the feeling of satisfaction when you put your wheels down and when you pick your wheels up. Aside from that air park makes Collier County important in a natural disaster. Certain things are definitely maintained and focused on after a hurricane. If you have an airport, the people who live in Everglades City with one road in and one road out become a priority. You know, if you're going to land 10 helos to address a situation like that happened with Maria in the Bahamas, that's your airport. There's just so much that's important there. So I just wanted to take a moment as an aviator, as an enthusiast, as someone who did this later in life and understands the risks, how important this air park truly is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Troy, how many more speakers do we have?
I have, let's see, 2 more to be heard here, or 1 more, and then I was going to try to circle back for Dale Schoeneman.
Do we need to take a break, or what? Right? Let's go ahead with the rest of the speakers.
Okay, your next speaker is Stuart Grant on Zoom, and then we're going to, I'm sorry, after Mr. Grant is Patrick Carr. He's just come back online. Mr. Grant, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I've flown into Everglades Airport dozens of times in the last 25 years to purchase stone crabs, enjoy a seafood lunch at one of the restaurants, and to attend the seafood festivals. I've flown friends and relatives over from Miami for boat tours and attended pancake breakfasts at the airport. The airport makes Everglades City an easy place to visit for me and many other pilots. Why is Collier County considering closing this irreplaceable public asset? Yes, it was damaged by recent hurricanes, and this damage has cut off the income that supported the airport operation. All low-lying areas of Florida are vulnerable to storms, but that doesn't mean that we abandon them if they are damaged. We don't close, abandon, and sell public parks, public marinas, or public roads that are damaged. As a pilot and an architect and a construction manager who's worked on many airport projects, it seems to me that the facilities at Everglades Airport are intact, but since no repairs have been made, they are unusable. They can be repaired and made even more resistant to future storms. 4 or 5 more T-hangars could be built. Repaired and expanded facilities could easily generate the income needed to run the airport. Public airports all over Florida have multi-year waiting lists for hangar space. Has a business plan or marketing plan for Everglades Airport been done? Maybe pressure to close the airport is coming from the owners of the vacant land purchased in 2023 on the east side of the airport. That private 52 acres is being called the Everglades Outpost Resort and Marina and is currently listed for sale on the LS Company's website for $9.5 million. In my opinion, there is a great opportunity to have a public-private partnership where homes there can have through the fence access to the airport. Vacant lots on airparks in Florida's Keys, 1/8 of an acre in size, are currently valued at $500,000. Doing the math, if 30 of the 52 acres were developed as 150 home sites with private hangars located adjacent to the airport, this could easily generate $75 million in value to the developers. This would still leave plenty of space for lodging, resort facilities, and boat docks. It could be a small version of the prestigious Ocean Reef Club on Key Largo. I'm not advocating that this be done, but it is an example of how a fully functioning public Everglades airport can add value to landowners while still providing public asset to the Everglades City and Chokoloskee community. With the airport open, people can fly in from all over to fish with many of the local guides, tour Everglades National Park, stay at nearby hotels, and eat at local restaurants. No matter what, I urge you to keep the airport open and make the relatively modest repairs and improvements necessary to make it self-sustaining in the long run. If the airport is gone, it will be gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Patrick Carr, and then we'll circle back and try to connect with Mr. Shoneman one more time. Patrick, you have unmuted, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak. As a pilot, I really have nothing to add. All of the comments that I were going to make have been covered. I do have one question, though. After the study is completed and you get all the information, will there be public input allowed after that time if a decision is made to go ahead and close the airport?
Any decisions that are made by the county commission will be subject to public input and a public hearing. So, yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's
thank
all
you.
I have. I urge you to consider keeping the airport open. It's a very valuable resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoneman, Dale Shoneman, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself, sir. We're going to try this one more time for you. And there you are. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the Board of Commissioners. I'm a resident pilot owner, a resident of Collier County, an airplane owner, and I'll not repeat everything that's already been said, but simply offer an invitation to you to see firsthand some of the members of a club that I belong to called the Florida Old Farts Flying Club. Next Thursday, March 20th, we will have a fly-in at our annual fly-in to the Everglades Air Park from 10 till 2 o'clock. In that period of time, last year we had 42 aircraft arrive, and we provide local transportation to all the restaurants in town, thereby exposing the merchants opportunities to serve people from all over the all over the state who come here to enjoy the great food that we have. But it gives you an awful same opportunity to see the popularity of this airport, which has already been evidenced by the earlier speaker. On that, I'll close. Remember that we appreciate the county commissioner's support for operating such a beautiful airport, convenient to the remote areas of our county. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers, sir.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. Let's start at the top. And number one, I don't know who's buying those $100 hamburgers, but to me, they're $500 hamburgers every time I fly in someplace to get a hamburger. Just to put that on the record, those $100 hamburgers went away a long time ago. Number one. Number two, what do you?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. In order, and until today, I didn't know what the losses that we have been incurring with regard to this facility had been. I think Trinity shared that it was effectively right now about, or had been historically about $150,000 or so a year. There's no argument that this air park is an icon of the community. It's been there forever. But we have to do a study. We have said, who's ringing the bell on me, Troy?
That would have been me, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry, sir.
30 seconds.
Your time was up, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, did you tell him to do that?
I've been trying to tell him to do that.
Yeah.
We all voted, sir.
Oh, we all voted, okay. So, we have tasked, this board has tasked our staff to not just bring agenda items to us because something needs repair. We have tasked them to come to us with recommendations such as this to study everything that we're doing. We're not investing our money, we're investing in taxpayers' money. This is an asset of Collier County et al. And in order to make an intelligent decision, you have to ask all of the questions. A portion of that is, can we or not decommission this facility? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then it's a non-starter. So we have to ask that question. And along with that, we have to know what we have to repay, if any, of the grant monies that we've in fact received over the years, one way or the other. So to me, doing this, asking for this agenda item to come forward, to perform this study, to look at the historical data and not just 5 years, not just 4 years. I've been a commissioner for 8 now. We took 11, 12 foot of water in Everglades City during Hurricane Irma. We took another 5 or 6 during Hurricane Ian, and we repaired and replaced and repaired and replaced. And so I would like for us to have data for 10 years worth of information with regard to the operations of this airport. Both, and I know that we've only had digital recordation for 5 years, but we have manual recordation of the trips that came in and out. And it isn't spending any money on a study. That's something I really want to make clear. This is something that our staff can in fact do. Today I learned that the estimated cost for the hangars that we know of for now is about $1.2 million. The losses that have been attributable to this facility are about $150,000 a year for some time, but we don't know how long that sometime is. So in order to make an intelligent decision, we need to have all of the data. Then we need to look at alternative uses. Ms. Stacy suggested when I spoke with her, I think it was last week I spoke with her, that her organization would whip up an ad hoc committee to give recommendations to this board along with this information that we have from this study as to efforts that can be done, utilizations for this asset that can be done to enhance its operations. and to enhance its revenue, to make it a more viable facility. And I would certainly welcome that, and I want that to be part of my motion, or the motion, if in fact this board goes forward, that we do in fact engage with them for that ad hoc committee to receive that information. 10, I did say the 10-year, if you want, Mr. Chair, I can make a motion if you want.
We got a couple of commissioners lit up, but let me ask the court.
I do have one other
A
point.
little longer. Are you going to be okay? All right. We'll try to wrap this item up. Yes, sir.
Just just on the note from the letter that I think Henry brought it from our mayor in Everglades City. I just to remind him and the community, I spoke to Howie back in January about conducting this study. His actual response to me was, when I spoke to him, was that the previous mayor had given the airport to Collier County because the city didn't wish to continue couldn't support its operation, so they gave it to the city of Everglades gave it to Collier County. So I apologize if there was not sufficient communication, but we have been talking about this for some time. So,
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Trinity, a few people have said they keep calling it the new runways. When were those runways redone?
2022.
Were they just repaved, or was there significant repairs done?
You're going to need to come to the microphone, please. And state your name, if you would, just for the record.
Ryan Garrett, I'm your airport's manager. They were completely reconstructed, which is the sub-base on up to the asphalt.
Oh, okay.
It was just the runway, not the taxiway.
Right. Okay. And paid for by the county, obviously. There wasn't any kind of spec.
That was a grant, a 90% funded by FAA, 5% FDOT, and 5% local funds.
Okay. I just got a couple of short comments. I go to Everglades City a lot. I don't know why you guys are paying $100 for burgers. Go to Camilla Street Grill. There's nothing that's $100 there, and it's all homemade. It's awesome. I'm a retired Air Force, so one thing I can tell you, Navy guy, our two Air Force guys here, we could have made it to the Marco Airport. I don't know. And we might not have even had an aircraft. I'm just kidding you. Just very briefly, my take would be, I think the ad hoc committee is great, but I think, just my recommendation, some people are doing it backwards. I think a neutral FAA study where we don't steer them. If you ask for a study, it's not a great idea to say, so give us a study, but, tell us whatever you can do to close the airport or to keep it open. We should just have them come in here and just do analysis. Then you take that study and you give it to an ad hoc committee so they can dissect it and say, wow, the FAA said this, but this is why we disagree with it. Wow, the FAA said this, because I can tell you one of the things the FAA is going to say. Wow, 3,000, 4,000 pilots all say the Everglades City Airport, and it's not an airport. They don't sell fuel, they don't have hangars, so it's a landing strip for touch and goes. But I can tell you what the FAA is going to say. Wow, you got thousands of people that think it's an unbelievable asset. Your numbers show that you only have 3,000 touch and goes, in a year, right? Isn't that what you showed? So that's going to have to be explained. That's why I think the FAA first, or some organization. Then you give it to the ad hoc committee, and then they're able to dissect it for us, and it's local people that can do a different dive than the FAA, and that would be my guidance, and I'd be all for some sort of study, and then, we don't want to belabor the point, but you can get a deeper, different dive from the locals. But, just remember, a lot of people are throwing a lot of numbers around, and some of those numbers are going to work against that. It's not the best form of evidence saying that, thousands of people love the airport. Well, why aren't they landing there? The numbers don't show it unless the numbers are suspect. But the improvements, I actually thought you were going to say it wasn't as recent to the runway, and that's a favorable thing. But from my experience in the Air Force, if you don't sell gas, then that's why you lose a ton of money, and that's what makes you an airport. Hangars are great and the golf carts are great and all that, but you got to sell gas. And, I don't know if did we say, Trinity, you had said, an electrician was out there. Do we have a ballpark if, everything was possible, what it would cost to get that that fuel operation up and running again? It sounds like there's some significant damage and the stuff's a bit dated. Do we have a number, or is that something that we'd have to have come out of the study?
It's something that we're working on. One of the issues, and it was brought up from one of the speakers, is that it's a credit card operation, and sometimes connectivity for the service to be able to make that connection is an issue. So they're not able to pay with the credit card. So those are things that we are working through to try to get fuel back.
But is fuel
open up.
delivered out there? Are the tanks full?
Brian is our resident expert out there, so.
Yeah, there's a 10,000 gallon avgas tank. It's about a quarter full because we can't sell it.
I gotcha. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Well, my view is that we should do a study. That study should be geared towards what do we need to do to make that airport operational again? What will it cost to fix the fuel situation? What we can do to develop more hangars out there? What we can do to fix the connectivity issue with the gasoline charges. I'm sure there's got to be a technical solution to that. And so I also believe that simply going to the FAA and saying, hey, we need some guidance on how we can make this a more profitable airport, I think you'll sit back for the next couple of years waiting for something from that. I don't think that's the right direction. I think the right direction is that we do the evaluation on what we need to do to make this a viable airport, to get the fuel sales going, to get the hangars back up to snuff. And, oh, by the way, if you want to ask the FAA at some point in time, we've come to the conclusion that it's going to be too expensive to do those things that the first study will do. Then we go to the FAA for issues in terms of what steps we have to take to close. But in the meantime, I think it would be, as you're doing that, I think it would be smart to go to the FAA and suggest that we were going to make these repairs. We want to get this airport back up to where it is one that is eligible for grants. What can we do to make that happen? Take it as a positive approach to the FAA, not a negative approach. And so I'll support a motion that does that. I will not support a motion that says, let's go to the FAA and find out what we need to do to close this thing. I just think that's the wrong approach. So that's my view. Commissioner McDaniel, you're lit up again.
Well, as a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, we're not going to the FAA for advice with regard to what to do with this airport. We're a portion of the study will be to go to the FAA to ask for permission or find out if we can even decommission the airport at all, number one. Then look at the study, have the study performed by our staff with regard to the cost for reparations, the cost, the historical landings, the historical sales with regard to the fuel, so on and so forth. We're doing it all in one shot. We're not going to the FAA for advice. Actually, the AOPA is the organization that has offered up the ad hoc committee to give us advice on what we can do with this facility to enhance its revenue streams.
Commissioner Hall, let's see if we can wrap this up as well. Commissioner Hall, and then we'll see if Commissioner Colwell has any comments.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to let the public know the train, we have not cranked up the train to close this airport.
Right.
That's not our intention. The intention is we have an airport that we can't use. If it was being used, it wouldn't be losing money every single month. If the overwhelming support from the pilot community was flocking into Everglades City, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So it's fair to the public who funds this to have all of the answers, to find out what would take place to fix it all up, to get it operational again, have AOP support behind it. I'm a Beach Talk member. I frequent the website. Stacy's email was put in the Trip Talk on there. I read it all, and it's warranted. But I just want to let you know that we are not up here trying to justify closing anything. We just want the information that where we can make a good, solid decision based on the public. That's it.
Commissioner Colwell, you're
Thank you, Chairman. Sounds like we need to bring the pancake breakfast back, because that sounds like everybody want to come for that. Other than that, I guess I got a technical question to ask Trinity and some of the county management. Could tourism dollars be used? Because it sounds like 90% of the people fly into that airport to take advantage of tourist type attractions to make these improvements. Is there an answer for that?
Sir, there's not an answer. This is Trinity Scott for the record. There's not an answer, but it is something that we can look on as a potential opportunity as we are going through this analysis and then bringing that back in front of the board of if that is a funding source that could be utilized.
And the second part is, I know in Stacy's survey, I think at one point she did mention that there was a large group of probably like 3,500, and she said that there was a section in there that made comments about 90% said that they would go there more often if they had the ability to have access to the fuel. So it sounds like the fuel is the main driver for some of these people to utilize it. And because you don't want to fly somewhere, hours and hours to get there, and then you can't refuel to get back from your original destination, your original starting point, to enjoy what's there to offer. So, that might even be an easier fix than we think. If we're up and running and people know we have fuel access again, that they can use your credit cards, they can fuel their planes up, that might even just be a game changer on the short term. Because it sounds like we have a pretty nice runway that just got built 2.5 years ago or 2 to 3 years ago. So,
all right.
But that's pretty much my comments. I don't know if that's a possible funding source or not, but it sounds like tourism is the main driver for a lot of these pilots.
And we can ask the county attorney to opine on that when this comes back. Commissioner McDaniel, let's see if we can get a motion and see if we can get this wrapped up.
That's what I'll do. I'll make the motion to go forward with the study, inclusive of the discussion with the FAA and the creation of the ad hoc committee for potential utilizations for the airport facility. I just want to specify that we have at least 10 years worth of history with this asset and its utilization, so that we're not looking at particular downturns that have happened because of some natural event.
All right, I will second that motion if you'll consider adding to just a clarification. You said as part of the motion to conduct the discussion with the FAA. The implication, I think, is that the questions to the FAA would be, can we close this? I would like to have the FAA opine on two things. One is, what can we do to make this airport eligible for grants? And if not, or in addition, your request about the cost to close it.
Sure, and that's fine. I mean, I don't know that, I think we already know those rules from the FAA, but if you want to make that part, I'll make that part of my motion if that'll help you with your second.
Well, I'll second it with the understanding that we're going to approach the FAA really with two questions, one being what we can do, and the other is what the alternatives are.
If I could ask for a point of clarification, on the ad hoc committee, would that be a county ad hoc committee, or this would be with the AOPA, that they would kind of convene a committee and be conversing and sharing information? We would be sharing information back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And we do have someone from the AOPA that wants to comment on that. Come on up, if you would.
Still willing to do that, Stacy?
And Trinity, part of that motion was to evaluate what we can do to fix this airport.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Correct.
Is this on? Hi. For clarification, in my mind, the ad hoc is a working group where we partner with the county and their staff. First meeting, it'd be a couple meetings. First meeting would be them coming, airport layout plan, history of operations, history of issues there, have everybody that's volunteering their time to be on this ad hoc listen to what the county has, what their background is, what the issues are. Meeting number 2 would be the ad hoc committee members coming back, throwing all ideas on the table, and then the county would take those ideas, evaluate them, see what they can do, what they can't do, maybe culminate in a third meeting where they come back. So that's kind of where I was seeing it.
Commissioner McDaniel, is that consistent?
My question was, are you willing to do that?
I'm absolutely willing to paying my members to volunteer, absolutely.
Perfect. All right, we have a motion and a second. I think it's pretty clear that the direction of the board, or at least members of the board is we're looking to kind of keep this airport open, but we're willing to take a look at the study as to what has to be done if we have to close it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have really only one item left. We need to take a break, but do you want to take a break for lunch?
No, let's
All right.
let's
Well,
make Terry work.
Why don't we come back at 1:15
Yes.
and give everybody a good opportunity to take a break.
I'm sorry, Henry. I'm sorry, Henry.
We're in recess until 1:15.
Chair, you have a live mic.
All right. Let's move on to item 11C.
Item 11C is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise and bring back an ordinance amending the Land Development Code to modify the prohibition of renting guest houses on lots zoned estates located west of Collier Boulevard to allow for such rentals if all new requirements are met. Mr. Mike Bosey, your Division Director of Planning and Zoning, is here to present without a presentation because our...
Thank you, County Manager. There's no need for a presentation. There was no material that was in the request. It was simply a request to advertise to bring back a potential amendment to allow for guest houses to be rented. Prior board direction to staff. So with that, I think I would turn it to Commissioner Saunders as to the specifics of what you wanted to discuss on this particular item.
Well, actually, this item was brought to the board by Commissioner McDaniel. I'm opposed to the concept that at this point, the reason being is that once we open this door up to legalize the renting of guest houses, the next step is going to be that people are going to be renting those out as Airbnbs. And when the neighborhood folks were polled about whether they supported going this route, I was at one of the meetings. The majority of folks that were there, and it was a very small number, but the majority were in support of renting guest houses to the general public. But when they were advised, oh, by the way, we can't really control that once that door is open, we can't restrict someone from renting on a short-term basis, then the sentiment changed. And so I think that going forward, doing this is a mistake. I think the next step is if we do this in the urban estates, we're certainly going to do it in the rural estates. And I just think that's creating more traffic on these very narrow roads, and it's also, I think, potentially destroying quality of life of people that live in those urban estates dwellings. So I was opposed to this. But Commissioner McDaniel, this was something that you had brought up.
Yes, it is. I brought it up quite some time ago, and Mike, if you don't mind going through some of the data, that was new news to me. How many total pieces of property are there in the urban estates?
There, urban estates lots, 3,558, and roughly about 400 of them have guest houses on them currently.
Right. Okay, and Commissioner Saunders, I understand your concerns that you brought up with regard to this, but the rationale that I had behind this suggestion was simple supply and demand with available properties for lease. If you increase the supply, over time you'll theoretically have a reduction in the expense associated with the available rentals. I also talked specifically about allowing for this on homesteaded properties so that we didn't have commercial developers or rental companies buying properties and turning around and renting these properties where we didn't have a say-so with an owner that could actually stand responsible. And I think we have some ladies from the property appraiser's office who have been dutifully sitting here all morning. I'd like to hear from them, if I may, with regard to because I had a thought in my mind that isn't how we have been conducting business as far as, because one of the things, if you'll recall, we need to pull a portion of the homestead property out of the homestead exemption to allow for legally renting a guest home. And if you don't mind, if you would share with me the particulars on that.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jennifer Blage. I'm the tax roll analyst for the Collier County Property Appraiser's Office. So we do have some properties in the estates that are already renting their guest houses that we've found through investigation or neighbor called or whatever the situation may be. So what we do right now is no matter how much acreage or land they have, we allow all of the land for the homesteaded portion, and we will pull out the value of the square footage of the guest house that they're renting.
Okay, so,
Guest house, if the guest house has a pool, with screen enclosure, all that, all of it. Whatever they're using in that building footprint, the value of the improvements, the building will be pulled out and not included in their homestead protection.
okay, so in that, thank you, that is a very nice quantification of how we could actually delineate this if in fact we go forward. I suppose, because I had a different way, and then I have learned subsequently that that's not how we have been managing these rental properties in regard to the homesteaded properties that we have. So I'm still in favor of doing this. I'm still in favor of increasing the availability of housing units, especially in the urban area where we do in fact have infrastructure, where the trip distances are less and closer to in closer proximity to employment. All of the benefits that come along with that. I think this is a fine way for us to explore that opportunity.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, when this idea first came out, I was so interested in affordable housing for the workforce. So I thought this is a great way to increase the inventory for our workforce. And one of my ideas, because it was an idea, was to limit the terms of the leases so that we could ensure that workforce people were getting these properties instead of VRBOs or Airbnbs. However, state statute says we can't do that. We can't limit how people, the terms that people can rent there for 3 days or they can rent there for 3 years. We don't have the right to limit that. So that kind of squashed the purpose of my interest in that. And if we can't ensure that these properties are going to increase inventory for our workforce, I'm all about not doing it at all. I don't think that, I've seen what happened in Naples Park in my district. The Airbnbs, the music, the interruption, the short-term leases. It's people's right to do it there because there are no restrictions, but I'd hate to lift that restriction in the urban estates because I really do feel like that's the way that the market will move, because that's the way that they can maximize their property and maximize their dollar, leaving the workforce behind.
All right, do we have any registered speakers? No one else is lit up here.
Yes, we do, sir. We have one here in the room and one online.
Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see if anybody else has any comments.
Albert Benlolo? You've put that you're ceding time to Luis Nino. One or the other of you have to speak.
Well, my English is better.
Oh, so you're, okay. There you go.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for hearing us. The concern here is Luis is built a guest house based on a little research that he did that, okay, am I going to be able to at least recoup, let's say the expenses of the house? Yes, has plenty of family that comes to visit, so the main purpose of the guest house is for guests, for non-paying guests. But he figures, if during the season I can do short term, okay, then, my taxes, my insurance, my Wi-Fi, my electric, I can recoup that. And so the purpose was that. In addition to that, he builds. So he goes to the county for permitting, and no one ever mentions, listen, you have a limitation of use here. You cannot ever rent a guest house, because then you would have reconsider and say, okay, I'm not going to invest $250,000 and not being able to even recoup my expenses, And so he decides to build a guest house. You know the process. Permitting, he puts the plan as a guest house for permitting. And no one ever mentions, listen, there's a limitation of use, particularly because it's in Golden Gate Estates, where you don't have a choice, where you know that, there are businesses, there's all kinds of things because of no limitations in use. So he goes ahead and he builds the guest house. And this season, he gets, plus he looks into those platforms that you mentioned, okay? And he sees that people are actually renting guest house. They advertise it as a guest house. It's also an income for the county because those platforms, they have to charge tourist tax.
Correct.
So he goes ahead, and then there is a complaint about a neighbor about that, and they come and tell him, sorry. Mm-hmm. You can use it, you can do whatever you want. You cannot charge. And he said, but I'm charging, this is like 2-3 months a year. Those people are not really impact to schools sorry.
Yep.
Am I done?
Go ahead and wrap up. Take it.
Okay, so yeah, there is really no impact because if somebody is living in that house, okay, you're gonna drive. You already pay $25,000 in impact fees also. So that's the concern. It feels like it's selective.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Our second speaker and final speaker on this item is on Zoom, Jill Rosenfeld. Jill, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And you're unmuted, Jill. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm going to talk procedurally about this. Currently, rental of guest houses is a prohibited use under the LDC. The proposed ordinance seeks to modify this prohibited use. The LDC administration procedures state that any change in a permitted, conditional, or prohibited use in a zoning district requires a public hearing before the Planning Commission, which can determine whether it should be heard over 1 or 2 hearing dates, one of which must be after 5 p.m. Thereafter, the BCC shall have 2 hearings, one of which must be after 5 p.m. The Planning Commission heard this matter at a meeting scheduled for 9 a.m. on January 16, 2025. Yet there was no discussion or vote to hold the required 5 p.m. public hearing. The request today is that if the BCC agrees to advertise and bring the proposed ordinance back, that the proposed ordinance modifying a prohibited use in a zoning district be advertised for a Planning Commission meeting after 5 p.m. to be in compliance with the LDC administration proceedings before advertising for the BCC hearings. I think that there's still a lot of confusion about this topic, and I think the more meetings that we have and the more public interaction, that's better education for the public. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that was all of our speakers, sir.
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think this was the thing that the county attorney brought up, in the email, the one-way communication. I think earlier was reference to what I think the last individual just spoke about. If this is a procedural thing or not, is this something we should look at, having an additional meeting with the Planning Commission in the evening. But this is just one of those situations, this government overreach, either way you look at it, it's a double-edged sword. It's like, earlier we talked how important people's rights are to own property, but then at the same time we restrict people that invest their own money and buy property in an area, builds a guest house with their own money, but then the government tells them what they can do or can't do with it. It's another one of those within the boundaries of their probably their most sacred right is their property and their home and and what they do on their property other than your personal rights. I don't know if there's an easy fix. Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. I was a long line with Commissioner Hall initially, and Commissioner McDaniel brought this up. Inventory is the only way to really fix the problem. Flood inventory with properties, available properties, automatic, that'll have an effect of lowering the cost of rentals in our community, which we all know that's typically how it works. It's just economics 101. But I think there's only 400 properties out of the 3,000 or so that even have the ability to do it if they wanted to do it. And I know state statute restricts, like if we put a 31-day moratorium, like you can't lease less than 30 plus 1 day, type lease. But is there a possibility that people want to participate? We create some sort of special permitting for these properties within their properties, like a special permit that if they apply for a special permit, that they have to adhere to the boundaries of the permit?
Well, we can ask
So
the
they
county.
eliminate.
Yeah, we can ask the county attorney that question. I suspect that we can't avoid state law by creating some permit process, but I'll ask Mr. Klatskow if he could answer your question there.
No, you can't get around the state restrictions by a local permit.
Okay, we can answer that question. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think we've been kicking this can around for a little while now. I know it's been brought up at the beginning of my initial term as a commissioner, probably about a year and almost 2 years ago. I just got to kind of yield to the rest of the members on the board or how they feel if this is worth something going forward with, or is there more provisions we need to provide to make it legal so we don't do something that we're not doing something outside the boundaries of what we can do.
Yeah, well, we can't.
When it comes to public hearings.
Yeah, we can't make a decision today. The only decision we can make today is either not to move forward or to move forward and ask staff to go through the procedural steps to make it work. So today is just a question of, do we direct staff to come back with the appropriate LDC amendments and zoning amendments and public hearings to make this work. Commissioner McDaniel.
Let's carry this discussion amongst us. If three of us say yes, go forward and produce an ordinance or an adjustment to the ordinance to allow for the renting of guest houses, it requires four of us to pass it. And so if four of us aren't willing to give consideration to that, then we don't need to waste staff's time, money, and energy to go forward with it. I thought we had necessarily addressed the concerns with regard to the potential lack of control by delineating it to the primary residence, the homesteaded properties, so we had a body to talk to. I haven't changed my position, but I think we need to have a discussion as to whether or not we support this endeavor or not. And if it is not the will of four of us to ultimately see this through, then we don't need to engage staff to, just because the majority of us today think we should explore it.
Commissioner LaCastro, you're next, but let me ask a question to the county attorney, if you don't mind, because Commissioner McDaniel raised a question about the homesteaded property owner is in control, and therefore is going to be a better landlord than
in theory.
Yeah, in theory.
In theory.
And you're probably right. But I guess the question is, let's say you own a single-family home in a district like this, and you sell it to XY Corporation that's buying up houses and renting them out. So XY Corporation buys the house and the guest house. What keeps XY Corporation from renting the house and the guest house as an Airbnb?
Under state law, nothing.
So I wanted to ask that question. I already knew what the answer was, because I think that goes to the heart of what you're saying. The landlord could take care of this. Well, the landlord may be, some landowning REIT or some other organization that's just buying these up and renting them out. That's really my major concern. Commissioner LaCastro.
We typically send stuff to the staff so that they can bring us back more information, but I think we've really been smart these last few years using our due diligence and say, are we really wasting the staff's time? We're sending them down, a rabbit hole, but we have a lot of concerns. Commissioner Hall really echoed what I feel as well, is if these guest houses can be regulated a certain way, then maybe there's some meat on the bone. There's a way to do this, but if it can't, I'm all for short-term rentals. I think when somebody rents their house and there's a problem and there's noise and all these things. I've said this before in public and in my newsletter and whatnot. That's not a short-term rental problem. That's a bad landlord. And then you call the police and there's noise and this and that. But I think somebody that builds their house and then rents it out to somebody during season or off season is one thing, but somebody that builds a house and then builds a bunch of hotel rooms in the back, we call them guest houses, but as we're saying up here, they kind of could turn into Airbnbs and whatnot. I got a lot of concerns that really can open up some issues, especially if we can't regulate it the way, or we can't get our arms around it. If it's going to be an all or nothing thing, I'm not so sure I'd be, big time in favor of somebody's living in the house and then they've got a bunch of renters in the back, and we'd be passing an ordinance that would allow that with minimal regulation. So unless I hear something, unless I'm wrong, or I'm like kind of like Commissioner Colwell, I want to hear maybe what you all think, or correct what my concerns are, but you kind of already done that. So I don't know that I'd be a big favor of redoing redoing this to allow guest houses to have more flexibility to be rented, because I'm sort of the thought of Commissioner Saunders that I think people will run with that and turn it into whatever they want. And I think in a lot of neighborhoods it's going to be a problem, but maybe I'll hear something different before we vote.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. That was the perfect time to use the juice and squeeze comment.
Yeah. I'm not sure that the juice is worth the squeeze, yeah.
Just a couple of thoughts. I feel the same way as Commissioner Colwell. Land rights, I ought to be able to rent my property if I want to, blah, blah, blah. Is there a state statute that says that we can allow homestead people to rent their units, but if you're a corporation and you're not homesteaded, then you can't do that?
No.
So
there's no loophole.
So we couldn't make that a stipulation.
What you're trying to do is get an end run around the statute, and I appreciate that.
No, it's just a thought. What about if we allowed this? Here's what I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to get away from the assumption that if we did this, it's automatically going to be Airbnb City. The assumption that if we did this, it's going to ruin the people's lives in the neighborhood. It's going to increase their traffic. It's going to overwhelm them with trash, blah, blah, blah. I mean, those are concerns that need to be considered, but the assumption is a different level. Is there anything that, like if we said if we did this, we could do it for a year and then reassess it and see how things are working?
No, I think once you open this up, it's done.
Okay, these are just questions. So
you've got restrictions that predate the statute. That's why you have these restrictions.
Well, in all fairness, in treating people like I would want to be treated, those people moved there and built multi-million-dollar homes in those urban estates with the quality of life that they want, and to make an allowance that allows people to rent their guest houses and it not be able to benefit what we want to benefit, which is our workforce and increasing our inventory, to take the chance on the Airbnb crowd. You can call the sheriff with noise, but I get complaints constantly from Naples Park, and it's a problem. People come over from Miami, they spend 2 or 3 nights, there's 1 million cars there, the trash is over. I mean, it's not good. So if we can't get by that, then I don't think that juice is worth the squeeze.
All right, so Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Colwell.
I can count noses. If you want to discontinue this discussion and go have lunch, we can do that. I don't want to send staff on a mission to open this up. I feel for the gentleman that was here today, unbeknownst to him, built a guest house and now can't recoup those expenses. I thought this notion was a good idea to open up the inventory, allow for more affordability, have a little bit more say-so with regard to the bad landlord, as you referred to it, Mr. LaCastro. But I can also understand your perspective, Commissioner Saunders. I don't necessarily concur with the overall changing of the dynamics of the estates, but nonetheless, I think we can discontinue this. I don't see a reason for us to go forward.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to say a few things, just kind of tweak everybody's thought process here. And it came to me. Now, the young lady from the tax collector's office, she made a comment that I kind of picked up on that. I was curious. She says what they've done in the past is estimated the value of the guest house and whatever properties that guest house used on that, and remove that from the portion that is protected by the homestead.
Correct.
So is she saying that there's people already doing this?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's already happening right now. So back to the attorney, you keep telling us we can't restrict the amount of days somebody can rent a house because of a state statute. Now, the only thing that keeps these people from renting these homes is a local law. So is this an opportunity for them to have a Burt Harris lawsuit and say, well, the state allows me to rent my guest house for any amount of days to anybody, and you don't have any restriction over that?
Mr.
And now
Klatzko.
you're denying me the ability to use my property in ways other people, I can go out and buy a duplex tomorrow in Collier County and rent the other half out to subsidize my investment. Why do I have that right where somebody doesn't have that right just because they live in a certain section of Collier County? And that's what I'm just throwing out there some thoughts.
Yeah, we'll have Mr. Klatzko answer that, but Mr. Klatzko, do you have a comment on?
Again, we have LDC restrictions that predate the state statute. That's the only reason why we have them. We can't do code enforcement if people are renting out their guest house if we so desire. But anything past now is past the state statute. So you're bound by the state statute now. So we were grandfathered. What I'm saying is we were grandfathered in with these regulations, but we start changing the regulations, you lose that.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel.
But it still doesn't answer my
I'm sorry.
question. So,
Commissioner Colwell, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
yeah, I mean, in a way, it doesn't really answer my question. Are we restricting these people just because something predated the state statute, or vice versa? Or before the state statute, the restriction was you couldn't rent your guest house, but now state statute says we can't govern on how somebody rents their property out if we allow it as a local government.
Mr. Klatzko?
People bought their homes in these estate lots with the understanding that guest houses could only be used for guests, all right? If we decide to change that and let people just rent them out, then that's what will happen.
My question is, that's a local rule?
It's a local rule, yes.
Okay, but the state doesn't have a jurisdiction over that. It's just a local rule.
It's just a local rule, and the only reason it survives is that it predates the statute. We were grandfathered in.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, and just as a point of clarification, Commissioner Cowell, our ordinance that prohibits the renting of a guest house it predates the state statute where they took away preemptively our local control on these rentals as far as the term goes. And so people that bought the homes to build a guest house knew that they were not legally allowed to do it. The current practice, to rent the guest house, the current practice is if someone is found to be renting the guest house, our tax assessor's office removes that portion of the property that's being used as a rental out of the homestead portion. So all of these, the current ordinance that we have in place is the one that I was looking to make an adjustment, and I don't disagree with Commissioner Hall. It's kind of sort of sad that we can't have a say-so on those term of leases, which would, I think, make us all feel a little bit better and maybe be able to direct towards the workforce housing aspect. But once we open up Pandora's box, it's open. There's nothing stopping a corporation, Marriott, or any of these companies that are buying these homes from buying homes in urban or rural estates and renting them. They're certainly allowed to do it under whatever pretense that they can and for whatever term that they can. We don't have a say-so in those things.
All right, and is there a motion to move forward with this? Seeing none.
Well, you want to make a motion to not talk?
I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to do anything. Just there's no motion to move forward with it. I know, young man has a. I know this is disappointing, but that's what the ordinance has said from the very beginning. So we'll move on to the next item.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have none of those.
All right, item 15B, staff project updates. We do have one. This is the broadcast control room and boardroom renovations. Mr. John Mullins, your Director of Communications and Government Affairs, is here to give you the details.
You'll bear with us for just one moment. Actually, Troy, it's on the desktop on the right side of the screen.
You're right.
Up one more.
Nope.
Thank you. For the record, once again, John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government, and Public Affairs. And as the county manager stated, we're here to talk about briefly the control room and boardroom broadcast technology overhaul, a very needed project. This county rightfully prides itself on the level of transparency that we provide to the public, and one of the cornerstones of that transparency is our ability to broadcast the meetings from this room. And over the past 20 years, we've gone from standard definition television to high definition television to streaming online on social media platforms and handheld devices. And we've kind of come that way over about 20 years of doing minor renovations to the broadcast signal chain and equipment. Now, over time, what that has caused is a little bit of a lack of communication between components. Things start to age. They don't talk to each other anymore. I would imagine your iPhone that you have today would not speak to your BlackBerry from the early 2000s. It's just one of those things. But it also makes it very hard for us to diagnose problems. And the other thing that we're finding with this is that the experience with some of these older components is kind of dying off with those components. So when we do have an issue, we have a hard time finding someone that can come in and help rectify the situation. In fact, we're down to one group right now out of Tampa that routinely helps us with issues like we were experiencing just a little while ago, and I promise you that was not planned. So what we have planned is a complete overhaul of the facility. And I wanted to give you kind of a visual of what we're up against. It starts in the maintenance room behind the control room. It goes into the control room where you can see the myriad components that comprise the broadcast signal. And I had to shoot it from a different angle just to get the whole thing because it's a pretty small room. That's kind of the behind-the-scenes look of how some of these things are all stitched together. And that's a little bit of a better idea of some of the cable management that we're up against in trying to solve some of these problems. Once we come out of the control room, we go up into the ceilings. Once we get into the ceilings, we get into a whole other patchwork of problems. Those aren't all our lines. Some of those are HVAC, some of those are IT. We pull on the wrong one and your computer dies in your back office, and we wouldn't want that to happen. There's also electrical systems and other components in there that we have to be careful of as we are taking care of this project. Now that continues through the hallway section into the boardroom, where we still encounter more things that we have to try to get around. And this kind of culminates into the conduit piping that's behind this dais wall that goes into that rack that you walk by every time you come out here. And if you're to pick your, or poke your head behind that, you'd probably see some more cable fun that we have to deal with from time to time in stitching all of this together. Now, the reason for that is because it's coming from a couple of directions. This podium computer also has cabling that goes underneath the county manager's feet and Deputy Director Finn's feet into your dais. And then below your feet, under each of those compartments, is even more component cabling that we have to decipher, remove, and replace. Now, here's the thing. This type of renovation we would have always planned for the summertime because there's not as much land use, well, there's no land use issues. The Planning Commission over the last couple of summers has canceled 7 meetings in total over the last 2 years during the summer months. So the demand for the boardroom and this technology is a little bit lower in the summertime automatically. And although they've already started purchasing the components for the overhaul, our installation contractor's availability is not until July 22nd, which is your board meeting at the end of July. So that week becomes the 5 days that they have to be here, 5 consecutive days, because again, they're coming from out of town. They'll be staying here for the duration of the project. 5 days for their portion of the project. And that again is to install the current equipment, identify and remove existing cabling in and around the boardroom and control room, the 5 days for the installation, and if the installation ends on time. And when was the last time you ever updated a computer or built something from IKEA that everything worked per the instructions? This is a technological project. There will be some issues that we have to work through. So until we can complete these tasks, we're at the risk of component failure like we experienced just a little while ago. And so we want to get started as soon as we can, which again is in July. Now, those were the project tasks that I was rattling off. All of those have to be taken care of within the timeline specified on this calendar. And what we are really looking for right now is board direction on how much time you can give us. As of now, it is pretty apparent that your July 22nd meeting is overlapped by the installation. We would need to take that meeting off, if at all possible, to accommodate the contractors. That all being said, if you look at the rest of that, and keep in mind the little blue box there is a bonus week. That is to our benefit. There's 1 extra week between your second meeting in July and your first meeting in August. That helps us out. But once again, if the contractor runs over for any reason, it then puts us behind the 8 ball, because after they're done, we have to come in, we have to troubleshoot the system, we have to learn the system. We have to train our staff on the system, and that's not just Mr. Miller and Mr. Ebel, that's some of the other entities that come into this room and use this facility. And then on the back side of that, we need to do a few dry runs to make sure that we're ready to go before your next live broadcast, because we don't want any failures to occur then. So even with that bonus week there, you'll see that we're coming up really through that Friday the 8th of August, and your next meeting is scheduled the 12th. So can it be done? Yes. My ever-expanding gut tells me it's cutting it close. So I'm deferring to the board for your guidance on what you think that we can do. We will work within whatever time frame you prescribe, but that's what we're up against, and we look forward to your support.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, well, I don't think the discussion is whether to or not. It's past due. It needs to get done. Mike, did you explore any other locations for us to hold our board meetings?
No, from a broadcast standpoint, and Mr. Miller could probably clarify this, there may be some limitations as to what we can do, at least from a Comcast or cable television streaming ability.
One suggestion is a very high-tech, very well-operated school district that isn't operating during these times. Their boardroom is all that in a bowl of cherries with all of the tech things that we would require. So before we pull the trigger on Commissioner Saunders' idea of canceling our meetings in the summertime, because I know that's what he wants to do, let's have, I'm making a joke, Commissioner.
Let's be very accurate about, words matter.
Oh, yes, they do matter. Forgive me.
I never suggested that we cancel our meetings in the summertime. I suggested that we have a meeting in July, in July, and then reconvene in September. That's about a month to give our staff a real break to do the studies and things that we've encouraged them to do all year long. That was not successful, and fine. I'm not looking to have.
I was making a joke.
I know you
Forgive
were.
me.
I know you were.
Forgive me. My check with the school district to see if we could use their facilities. That's a simple answer to this circumstance, and then we're not locked into having to do anything except for stand on the people that are doing the work to do it in a timely manner. That's number one suggestion.
Commissioner LaCastro.
If there's not an alternative site, because like you say, we could meet anywhere, but we can't accommodate then all the things that citizens require, which is to be able to call. And why couldn't they just start on the 23rd? And if they started on the 23rd, they wouldn't be done by the 12th. It seems like if you just slide it one day, we don't cancel the meeting on the 22nd. And like you said, you've got some cushion time in there. Our next meeting is until the 12th, so that from the 23rd to the 11th, is that not enough time?
Well, again, a lot of this was based upon the contractor's availability. It is a team of contractors that come in. They actually had to poll their team to ensure everyone was available at the same time. We even looked at holiday weeks. Let's say we could string this system along until November or December. Could we get by with doing it during a holiday break? And of course, they celebrate holidays too. They could not get a team assembled for those times.
But I mean, they could be here. They're going to be here on the 22nd, right?
They're going to be here on the 22nd. And again, it's looking for 5 consecutive days because they're out of Tampa. They're going to be staying here for the duration of the installation.
Right. But I'm just saying on the 22nd when they arrive, they can't, for that one day, they can't sort of assess or look in other areas, so we can have a very short meeting on the 22nd, and the minute our meeting's over, then this whole place is theirs, and they have it until the 11th.
The whole project is contemplated upon the wiring being pulled and things being disconnected by the 21st, so the installation contractors can start their job of putting the new things in.
Mm-hmm. Seems to me then maybe we just consider canceling the meeting on the 22nd, doing this right, not tightening them up, and if there's no other alternative location, I mean, we're canceling one meeting, which would probably be a shorter meeting anyway because it's in the summer, and then we reconvene on the 12th. I mean, like you said, this has to be done, so, and I don't think we want to shortchange them if, like you said, if they're up against a tight timeline, so I don't know that there's any other option. I'd be for that, cancel that one meeting on the 22nd and just load up on the 12th.
We could actually have a substitute meeting meet on the 12th. We could meet on the 19th and the 26th.
Yeah,
We could
if
just
there's
move everything.
If there's stuff, yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Hall.
That was my thoughts exactly. We just cancel the 22nd. That creates the whole hole that they need. If we run into trouble on the 12th, we move that meeting to the 19th. We'll let the chairman make the call. I mean, we're all here, we're ready to work, but it's the path of least resistance and what makes the most sense to me.
And one of the reasons why we're asking for this now is to make sure that other entities that use this room can go ahead and make alternate arrangements themselves for their meetings, change their dates, et cetera. So that's why we wanted to try to get a decision today. And I appreciate that thought of, maybe kind of keeping the 12th flexible in case we do run into problems and have to go a little long.
All right, so is there a consensus then as to what we're going to do? We're not going to meet on the 22nd, but we may substitute another meeting if needed.
Shouldn't we explore as to whether or not we could use the school district's facilities? I mean,
we can still inquire of the school district as to the availability of their room and to the broadcast capabilities, and to make sure that You also have to relocate the people that are coming to the meeting to the school district office and get that word out, et cetera. Not a problem, just saying some of the logistics that we'll have to research.
All right.
I think that would be a prudent path for us to travel. I think anyway, that'd be what I would do.
Yeah, I hate to be someone that cancels meetings, because it's important that we meet. But I don't think we're going to lose anything if we cancel a meeting on we cancel a meeting on July 22nd. We're doing our budget stuff on July 8th. Is that correct, or is it? I'm sorry, that's, well, no, we have
We have workshops in June. We'll set the maximum millage rate, then that first meeting in July.
okay, so we can do that in July, on July 8th. Cancel the meeting on July 22nd. If there is a need to meet before August 12th, then we'll schedule a meeting that. In the meantime, check with the school board and see if we can have our 22nd meeting at the school board.
We could also hold an absentia meeting, which we've done in the past in the summer. So that's not, you're only canceling the in-person board meeting. We can still have an absentia meeting to conduct all of the regular business. So that's virtually everything that was on today's agenda, other than the regular agenda things, could be approved in absentia and then ratified when you come back, either at that meeting in August.
And if there was an overrun on the installation side, we would probably know that by Friday, the 25th of July, which would give a lot of lead time for a decision on August 12th.
Yeah, it looks like we'll cancel the meeting on July 22nd. We will, if necessary, schedule a third meeting in August, if it's needed. And I'll work with the manager on that. My gut feeling is it wouldn't be needed, but we can explore that. And Commissioner McDaniel, to answer his question, let's just see if the school board will let us meet there. But I think canceling the meeting is the way to go. I don't think trying to schedule it someplace else is the way to go. How does everybody else feel?
That's exactly what I want to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, Commissioner Castro, do you have a?
I think cancel it.
All right. So then we'll cancel the meeting on the 22nd.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there a possibility to meet at where we do AHAC? Do they have TV capability?
At North Horseshoe.
Boy, there's been a lot of
609 and 610 is being remodeled right now for television coverage.
But there's been a lot of those types of meetings and it's a real nightmare for staff to be setting up in a remote location. Yeah.
All right.
All right, good.
Thank you much.
All right.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. I will continue to work on getting our remaining workshops scheduled. One will be the mental health workshop, which we've been working on. Likely that one is going to be in an afternoon where we have a lighter agenda, but we're juggling some other David Lawrence items as well to get them slated into these upcoming meetings. So we'll keep working on that. And the second one, before we go to the budget workshops in June, will be to schedule our AUIR workshop. So looking probably towards that first Tuesday in June. We'll check with your aides and see what your calendars look like on that. Other than that, I don't have anything else. County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to take the time to publicly, from the dais, recognize staff and the work that they did, from growth management, transportation, public utilities, Parks and Rec. I mean, everybody that was involved in bringing Sun and Fun to life. How many people did we have Sunday? Over 700? It was phenomenal. I mean, the place looked like a resort, and it was one big collaborative effort from staff, and I just want to say thank you one last time. Go ahead, Mr. French.
Thank you, Jamie French, for the record. We were a little over 300 on Saturday, even though we announced the heck out of it, but Sunday there was better than 700, so we were way over 1,000 people over the weekend. I think yesterday's rain, and we did have slide 5 because it was not part of our initial scope. One of the pumps had failed. but we got Mater back out there. We had a backup pump, and they did replace that. So turn the thing back on after 4 years. Then all of a sudden we find out that other stuff. We'll get there, but I was there both days, interacted with a lot of the community. Kids were having a great time, families, parents, even visitors running through and jumping in those cold pools. No one really complained about the pool being a little cold.
Right. And in addition to Sun and Fun, we got to experience the first soccer game at Paradise Coast Sports Complex. That place looked like a major stadium. I mean, the soccer players that came could not believe that they were playing in that venue. It was so nice. And then lastly, I had a little visit to DAS last week. And that place is a different place. I mean, it's not finished yet, but wow, what a difference that staff has done there to turn that place around. So things are moving along, and I'm really proud of the way Collier County is shaping up.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I only have one point. I wasn't at the soccer game on Saturday or Sun and Fun. I was in Immokalee at the cattle drive, and I just want to, we have it every year. It's in the early part of March. If anybody, all three people that are watching, if anybody hasn't ever been before, please come to Immokalee. It's a wonderful event. It's it's really, truly a community event that shows the heritage of the cattle industry in South Florida. That's it.
Commissioner LoCastro.
Did you fly in and use the airport at all?
Not that day, sir.
I just got two things. I want to publicly acknowledge Amy Patterson for the work that she's done behind the scenes, correcting rumor from fact concerning EMS. You know, there was a lot of misinformation floating around. A lot of citizens spun up for no reason and incorrectly. And rather than us having to do a bunch of damage control, and we had to do a little bit of it, but it was really Amy and her staff that led the charge to reach out to people who were stirring the pot with a lot of incorrect information, you know, calling those people in and meeting with them. And I had a meeting with Paul Hiltz not too long ago, and the first thing that he said to me was he had a one-on-one with Amy in person, and just how impressed he was with all that she had done and that she is doing. So just wanted to say that. And also, she's doing a lot with the fire department, taking a lot of things, you know, and working a lot of issues that are improving things, and so we don't have to, because we've got a great you know, leader at the helm, working those two issues with EMS and fire. And I'll also echo, I was at the soccer game, and you know, Jamie French has spent a lot of time out at the stadium and directing some traffic, you know, cracking some skulls, as we used to say in the military, and redirecting a few things, and it showed. You know, he's not going to be able to be out there permanently, but I think he has set enough things into motion, and of course he represents a whole lot of people. To include the FC Naples ownership, they certainly stepped up. I mean, look how many sponsors they've gotten in such a short time. A lot of people commented on that to me, that sometimes a team that is well more established after many years has the look of what our team has. So certainly a shout out to FC Naples. And then lastly, we kind of have an unofficial fan club, Bar 239. And I think, you know, there again, Jamie worked a lot to try to get that unofficial fan club situated and where they wanted to be and get their banners up and everything. But I can tell you, they really added to the fanfare of the game, and they were very happy. And so, you know, take those guys away and their drums and all the flags and everything, and it's not the same kind of venue. So it was a little bit of everything, but, you know, well done across the board. And a lot of those same people that made FC Naples first game great, like Commissioner Hall said, a lot of those were the same people that were turning around in Sun and Fun. So it was a lot of heavy lifting, but thanks to all of you and to Ms. Patterson.
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to just thank the staff and everyone, and Troy and all the guys behind the scenes that make it possible when we have other pressing things. Like, I'm out of town helping family with some family business, taking care of some things, and make it possible for me to be there and participate within the meeting. It's not the same as being there. I like being there because I like to read the room. It's hard to do it because all I see is your guys' faces in the screen, but I don't get to see the crowd's faces, and that's important. But I also want to piggyback on what Commissioner Castro said about our county manager, Ms. Patterson. uh, yeah, I have a lot of respect for what she did because I think the former commissioner had held my seat before had put out a newsletter and using a large amount of emails that may have been acquired some way or another, but put out basically a false news article to a lot of people. And I was getting a lot of feedback, a lot of rumor control I had to do. I had 100 people in a room in a conversation with a commissioners meeting, and I had to lay out the facts and not rumor because a lot of people were asking me a lot of questions pertaining to that particular newsletter that was blasted out. But kudos to the county manager for stepping up and taking a lead on rectifying some of those rumors and and to the source, from what I understand. Other than that, I feel bad I had to miss the soccer game because I was out of town too, because I was looking forward to it. I heard it was a success for our very first professional athletic event within our own stadium there. And I look forward to us not tying the next game, but winning the next game. I don't understand soccer that much, but I guess you play and you get additional time. And if nobody scores, it just ends in a tie. So I guess I got to learn this European football. I'm a American football player by heart, but I'm definitely want to take part in the next one and be there. But once again, thank you guys, and thank you to support the commissioner, my fellow commissioners allow me to zoom in today to participate. Thank you.
I think if it were not for a bad call by one of the refs, I think FC Naples would have won. They were ahead by 2-1 for about 12 seconds until the umpire called it back, and I think it was a mistaken call. But better score next week. There is going to be a game next Saturday night. I'm going to go ahead and echo what everybody said about our staff, the manager and the manager's team, all of the folks that sit in the back of the room there. You do a great job, and it's not going unrecognized. It may be going somewhat uncompensated, but it's not going unrecognized. You do a great job. There were a couple problems at the Paradise Coast on Saturday that I think staff is going to be able to rectify. Getting people in. We didn't have some of the screening equipment that would be necessary, so they were winding people, and that caused a bit of a delay that was really too much of a delay. And so I know staff's working on correcting that. We also had some issues with people coming into the parking lot. People that had prepaid were in the same line to get into the parking lot as people that were paying. And so that delayed those folks getting in. And so next time, again, lesson learned. So those little things are easy to correct and are understandable, since that was certainly our first soccer match. But one thing that was, I think, a little bit troublesome, and I think the board at some point in time is going to need to kind of look into this a little bit, and I'm going to start that process in a couple of weeks. We had our staff out there for, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever the time period was. The stadium looked magnificent on game day. A week prior to that, maybe not quite so up to snuff. And that stadium should look like it did all the time. And so, maintenance is, I think, going to be an issue that we're going to need to address. I'm going to get a group together in 2 weeks to talk about some of the stakeholders, to talk a little bit about what we can do to make this park really a park that we can be very proud of all year long, all the time. And also, I'm going to be pushing the concept of getting more of those fields built. We're going to get the Hunden study back in a few weeks. That'll tell us, should we build some more fields? And if we are to build some more fields, what kind of fields there will be. But I will tell you, I spoke to the folks at FC Naples, and they're begging for some more fields. Our management company is begging for some more fields. But more importantly, we're not getting the community use of that park that was initially envisioned. If you remember, this park was to promote tourism, but also to provide a regional park facility for our citizens. And we just need more fields in order to be able to accommodate that. To put that in perspective, just so you know, on some of these tournaments, when more fields are needed, those fields are being used at our North Collier Park to the detriment of our citizens that already scheduled games there. So we need to find a way to solve that issue. And so I'm going to be working with some folks, and I'll be bringing back some ideas. Hopefully there'll be something that's constructive that we can work with. But just a wonderful evening at the sports complex. We have a lot of things in this community to be proud of, and one of them is our staff, because you do a great job. And I don't hear complaints about our staff. I may hear complaints about some of our facilities and things of that nature, but we don't hear complaints about our staff. With that, unless there's anything else, we are adjourned.